Good evening. I'd like to call before I call the Parks and Recreation Committee meeting to order, I would like to do the Pembroke land acknowledgement. As we gather today, I would respectfully acknowledge on behalf of Council and the community that the City of Pembroke resides on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. It is with this statement that we honor and respect the Algonquins on whose land we reside. Thank you. I'd like to call the Parks and Recreation Committee meeting for Tuesday, February 18th, 2025 to order. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, I'd ask for a motion to approve the meeting agenda, moved by Councillor Purcell, seconded by Deputy Mayor. The minutes from the Parks and Recreation Committee meeting of October 15, 2024 were circulated. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'd ask for a motion to approve. Councillor Jackno, Deputy Mayor, all in favor? Any business arising from those minutes? Seeing none. We have some presentations, and first up, Friends of the Regional Pool, as presented by Kathleen Mottershead. There. Good evening, Kathleen.
Good evening. Mayor Gervais, Pembroke City Councillors, city staff, and guests. My name is Kathleen Mottershead, and I am the Secretary of the Friends of the Regional Pool. I grew up swimming in the Pembroke Pool, where I took instructors, Bronze Medallion, and Bronze Cross. My family has always felt very strongly about the importance of knowing how to swim and the benefits of recreation and healthy living. The Kinsman Pool is a valuable asset in the city of Pembroke, one that should not be underestimated. I have taught my entire career in Renfrew, and I know firsthand the disappointment and frustration felt by town residents who have tried for years to have a pool built in their community. In fact, I chose to live in Pembroke, not Renfrew, because of the pool. I would like to introduce Chris Roy. Chris is the co-chair of the Communications Committee of the Friends of the Regional Pool. I am speaking today on behalf of the Friends of the Regional Pool. We are a group of citizens from Laurentian Valley, Whitewater Township, and Pembroke, with support from friends in places like Round Lake, Eganville, and the Pontiac region. We formed our group in January 2024 to advocate for the Kinsman Pool in our respective communities and to raise awareness around the repercussions of losing a community pool that serves a vast geographical area. Our intention and focus has always been the maintenance and repair of the Kinsman Pool to ensure that it remains open. We applaud the Council's decision to invest in repairing the pool. This was the right decision for the community at the time. In October, representatives of our group met with some members of City Council and City staff to discuss our fundraising efforts and some of our goals. We were asked to put this information in writing, and please see the letter attached to the agenda. That was our letter. As our fundraising progresses, we find ourselves in a position of fiscal responsibility that we take very seriously. Concerned citizens, businesses, community organizations, and volunteers have trusted us with donations, and we feel that it is incumbent upon us to ensure that we obtain some firm commitments from Pembroke City Council about a long-term plan for pool upkeep and maintenance. The engineer's report from December 2023 indicated that replacing the walls and the roof of the pool would extend the life of the pool up to 25 years, with a further increase of the lifespan by updating the HVAC system. Therefore, it is essential that the city commit to spending a yearly sum of money for upgrades and maintenance, starting with the $800,000 HVAC system. This commitment must be visible in each yearly budget with an itemized plan, including project costs and a maintenance schedule. Maintenance and upkeep must be identified yearly and addressed immediately. An emergency repair fund should also be built into the budget. If I look at the 2024 budget plan slides for the PMC and the PACC, priorities have been laid out in a timeline from 2025 to 2030. This also needs to be done for the pool, but must be a detailed and comprehensive plan for the length of the projected lifespan of the facility. Planning for a future aquatic facility should be started now and can be done in parallel with the operation of the existing pool. There must be a strategic plan taking into account all of the studies that have been done over the years in order to maximize the investments that have been made thus far. For example, in October 2018, the city entered into an MOU with the YMCA to consult on an aquatic center. Unfortunately, the city chose not to proceed any further, but that study was begun. Several studies have already been commissioned and done. Forum Research Study, Collier's Project Management, BNP Goldie with a survey of site location and feasibility proposals. And in addition, the idea of a P3 has also been introduced. It is imperative that specific goals and timelines begin to take shape this year with reasonable benchmarks for the next 10 years. This plan needs to be clearly outlined and communicated to the public. The first step should be the consolidation of all previous studies, along with transparency around the money set aside in the reserve funds. As it is difficult to follow what is actually going on, citizens are confused about the direction being taken. The mixed messaging created many obstacles for our group during our fundraising efforts as people are reluctant to support initiatives without clear defined goals. While selling raffle tickets, I had the opportunity to speak to a number of pool users. I spent the afternoon of February 19th at the public swim event speaking to parents, teens, and families about the pool and their hopes and vision for the future. While most patrons were pleasantly surprised to discover that the free swim that day was actually free, they also expressed that swimming is a cost-effective activity for families in an increasingly expensive world. Families had traveled from Round Lake, Renfrew, Beachburg, and Cobden to come to Pembroke to use the pool that day, and many families walked down the road to access the pool. Families indicated to me that they regularly come into Pembroke for swimming lessons as well. And several parents told me that it is too expensive to swim in Petawawa and that lessons are difficult to get into. Other parents spoke about coming into town to use the pool, shop, eat at restaurants, and buy gas. It is clear that the pool has many benefits to our community. Many of the families I spoke to are grateful to have access to the pool, speaking of the necessity of learning water safety and having swimming lessons for youth. The tally on the day was 88 swimmers in the first hour and 79 during the second hour. Most families had children between the ages of 4 and 12. The value of providing a life skill and physical activity in a family-friendly environment away from screens is absolutely priceless. There really should never be talk of a pool operating at a loss. This was not an example of a financial cost, but a huge gain for society as a whole. To date, our group has undertaken a number of fundraising efforts, including a trivia night, a Nine and Dine, a raffle for a variety of prizes donated by generous Pembroke businesses, an online 50-50 draw, which is ongoing, several gift basket raffles, and several collaborative efforts with local restaurants and businesses to create awareness through events and food specials. We have also reached out to members of the community for donations and were the recipients of a matching campaign through the Jason Blaine Foundation. We are extremely grateful for the amazing support that we have received in the community as local businesses and citizens have embraced our efforts and have expressed their support for keeping the pool open. To date, our group has raised approximately $115,000 with tallies from recent efforts, for example, our raffle today, still to come in. We are also aware that some community groups have contributed to the pool and that donations have come in through the City of Pembroke website, putting the collaborative fundraising effort at around $150,000. As the community approaches its fundraising goal of $200,000 toward the pool repairs, our group would like to request an MOU with the city so that we might honor our donors and the generous citizens who have supported our cause with volunteer time and money. And as such, we seek to attach the release of our funds to some firm commitments. First of all, we would like the city to put a yearly maintenance plan in the budget, starting with the $800,000 for the HVAC repairs. We would like to see this in writing each year for the lifespan of the pool, including specific goals and timelines. Secondly, we would like to have permission to create a donor wall inside the current facility to recognize the larger donations. In addition, we would like permission to pursue grants and naming rights for improvements and renovation projects required in the pool. This could include, but not be limited to, lockers, change rooms, a new entrance, accessible facilities, a new bulkhead. Finally, we would like to see a plan for a future aquatic facility with specific goals and timelines, beginning to take shape this year, with reasonable benchmarks for the next 10 years. The first step should be the consolidation of all previous studies done. A member of our committee might be prepared to advise on a plan. In conclusion, we realize that other stakeholders need to come to the table to support the Kinsman Pool and any potential future aquatic facility. The effort must be collaborative and all parties must be prepared to work together. The recreation plans of our surrounding regions extol the virtues of an indoor pool, while monetary support is less forthcoming. It is important that Pembroke be recognized and supported in the commitment to this invaluable resource and for the willingness to keep it open. We look forward to a clear, organized vision and some key decisions in the future to ride the wave of support for the pool. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up to council. I do have comments, but I'll wait till the rest of council has had a chance as the chair. Councillor Keel, thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We can't hear you, Ian.
Hello?
Good.
Okay, I'm probably not going to kick this off the way that our guests were hoping, but I've got to say that I'm actually quite offended by their comments. So I first met with members of this group, Ms. Conway, back, I'm going to say it was last January or February. It was during budget. And obviously at that point in time, we were facing a $1.4 million cost if we were to fix the pool. And of course we had our budget meeting where I would say the public sentiment was quite clear that the people wanted a pool to be working in the meantime while we work on a future new pool. And I think everyone around the table would agree that we're going to need a future new pool. This facility is not going to last any youth's lifetime. Any little tots that are using the pool today, there's no way that this facility is going to last for their lifetime. So when we were coming up with that, of course, there was, the question was where do we find $1.4 million? And there was questions about whether another municipality would be on board. And so when I met with Ms. Conway, and it was basically suggested that they could easily raise a couple $100,000, maybe $250,000. And that's when I started speaking with other councillors to say, well, we certainly last year we don't have the money to fully fund this ourselves. We're going to need some help. And so if everybody remembers to last year's budget, what was proposed was that we would fund X number of dollars, but that there was a gap. There was a hole to fill, and someone needed to fill the hole, whether it was the community or whether it was Laurentian Valley. Somebody needed to fill the hole. We couldn't do the whole amount ourselves. And of course, at the time, it was suggested to me by Ms. Conway that this would not be a difficult task, that they could easily raise the money. And I even remember saying to Ms. Conway, I said, I got to tell you, I said, from my perspective, I don't even want the city of Pembroke to go to tender and start this project until we know the money's there. And that, of course, she was concerned that that could be months delayed. And if we were delayed by months, we might not get it done in 2024, which means the project might not be until 2025, which might mean 2 years without a pool. But of course, Laurentian Valley, great neighbors of ours. I know we have our differences now and then, but they jumped in, and I believe they were already through their budget. They jumped in with hundreds of thousands of dollars to fill that gap, which for them is a lot of money. Laurentian Valley doesn't have the tax base that we do. So they jumped in, and my understanding was we had an arrangement then that that any money raised by the community would help offset again some of that budgetary hole. So then when I read this letter, and then when I hear from our guests saying, we're going to withhold this money unless you do A, B, C, and D, I find that offensive. That was, I supported this group. I sponsored last year's trivia event. I've bought in raffle tickets. I agreed to sell raffle tickets from my office. Um, and at no time was this presented to me. And I wonder if it was presented to the public as we're going to raise money, but we're not actually going to give it to the city, and we're not actually going to give it to the pool unless they meet certain conditions. We are far down the road of being dictated to in terms of conditions. We did what the public asked. We did what this committee asked, which was to get the pool up and running as quickly as possible, and we did that on the backs of taxpayers, with the understanding that there would be money coming from the community. So, in terms of the specific asks, obviously we're looking at the P3, and that could potentially have a pool option. I think the idea that the city builds a standalone pool, I think that was a pipe dream from prior councils after COVID hit, you know, I think pre-COVID a standalone pool might have had a viable opportunity with some government funding, but after the unexpected, and I mean, council of the day couldn't have possibly expected prices to rise as much as they did. But the idea of a standalone pool now, which last, I guess, a year and a half ago now, was pegged at 42 million. That's completely outside of our affordability. So I think at the end of the day, we have the current pool. We're looking at a P3 option. It could be a P3 option for certain sports facilities, which also need fixing. It could have a pool option. Maybe it's a staged approach. We know we have in theory at least a decade for the current pool structure, barring any catastrophic failures. So I think at this point in time, the city does have a plan, and that is to look at our options, and that's what we've been doing for several months. But I got to say, as a sponsor and as a member of this council, that we could have just walked away from the pool. We could have just said we're not spending over $1 million of taxpayer money trying to keep the existing pool, which I think is well beyond its best before date. I know we've put a new roof on it, but there's still elements of it that are the original context. But I just, Madam Chair, I don't take kindly to being dictated to at this stage when we were expecting that the community was helping to fund the fix for this current pool, which we have followed through with.
Thank you, Councillor Keel. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Want to extend a thank you for coming this evening and providing your report to us. At this time, we have not yet received a staff report to address what has been done to the pool in terms of its shell. I know that there's been a grand opening and there was a variety of different people there, and it was clear to me when I did attend that condensation clearly is an issue. Humidity is an issue in the pool. As one of the engineers told us, we got away with what we got away with because the former pool was drafty, and it's no longer drafty. It's airtight, and so as a result, there's clearly condensation, as was pointed out by the director. I am pleased that you're recognizing all of the work that was done previously, prior to this term in terms of the different studies, and I made a list of different things so that I could try and remember, but there was bubble drawings, there was room sizes were done. We were at the point of just simply doing design so we could apply for government grants, which later government grants did become available, but we didn't have a design because there was a shift with this council to shift to looking at a multiplex / P3 kind of concept, which I don't have any issue exploring anything and everything if it ultimately means helping the community at large. And certainly our community reached out loud and clear last budget to say, no, you can't just close it without a plan and to have no pool for an extended period of time. So please, put on the cover, and I have the new envelope, if I can call it that, and I have no issue with dehumidification if it extends the life of it while we're trying to either explore multiplexes, P3s, or I still haven't given up on a standalone pool if that's what it takes for this community, because clearly the entire community wants this, and certainly Laurentian Valley has stepped to the plate before, and I think would step to the plate in the future. But I do want to thank staff as well for all of the work that they did previously. There's Director DeRoche, there's the ops, both of them are Director Lewis is here, so a lot of work went into getting us to the point where we, as you've already acknowledged, the site location, would it, hydrostatic pressure and all these other things as to whether or not a pool could go there. It's not lost on me, as I'm sure just having come through the budget and we finally got our, not finally, but after at least 5 meetings, got our budget that will pass this evening, knowing that this council is more committed to facilities than we have been in the past. I'll acknowledge that. There's an increased amount of money going to facilities. I'm a little concerned as to less money's going to infrastructure in general, but a greater commitment to facilities. And it's not lost on me that in the past we haven't even maxed out the Township of Laurentian Valley's commitment in terms of recreation facilities because we haven't committed to the facilities ourselves. And so that agreement requires that we step to the plate for them to step to the plate. So it's not lost on me that Laurentian Valley I think will step to the plate to acknowledge and to come to the table to see the great work being done. So I do want to thank you for coming forward and giving you a report. And frankly, where I'm at is looking towards staff to come forward with a report in the future so that we can look at it and determine, what steps we're going. And Councillor Keel is correct in that there is a committee formed. The committee is looking at this multiplex. I'm awaiting for a report to come from that committee to see where are they at, where are we going, that sort of thing. So anyways, I'll leave it at that because we do have a very lengthy agenda this evening, but I do thank you for the work that you've done, and I'm looking forward to some reports so that we can deal with, but this is a delegation, a presentation to us, and I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
There you go. I want to thank you for coming tonight and expressing your concerns. And I want to thank your group for all the hard work you've done and the vision and the leadership. It's not easy raising money in Pembroke. It's a very daunting task. Having been in the Kinsman Club for 25 years, I know the challenges of raising money, especially for the pool. And we used to do all those bingos below the place. I hear your concerns, and we are listening to you. And we have an asset management plan, which is legislated by the province of Ontario, that says that we have to report back in July or thereafter a plan on how we're going to maintain our facilities. So we have to lay out what upgrades we're going to do to keep them in fair to good condition. So that's part of the pool is part of that process. I did some research a year ago, last September, when the treasurer presented her report on, millions of dollars needed for Pembroke 2 and the PMC, and the pool was shot back then. Now we have a new roof and sides. And so I did some research on this private-public partnership idea, and council supported it, and now we did expression of interest, we got some feedback from some companies, now we have a steering committee. But it's not a P3 steering committee, it's a sportsplex committee that's going to report back through the owner's engineer on different finance and build models, with a pool, without a pool, with a pool down the road, with the pool now, two different prices is what I'm expecting to come back with through the committee. So that's the vision. The pool needs the $800,000 humidity system. That's a definite, I support that. That's definitely needed. And I'm talking to Mr. DeRoche, 2026 is going to be money set aside for a design plan, and then 27 or earlier, the actual tender for the system. Now, $800,000 is a 3.5% tax increase, but I prefer to borrow that money over 15 years instead of having the tax increase. But it is needed for the pool, because you don't want, you need that. The towers are in the budget, I understand, the lifeguard towers this year, it's in the budget, and the donation wall is ready, I believe. It's set aside and it's ready. As far as naming rights go, it's an excellent idea, and staff would have to come back with a naming rights policy for the, work with you and stakeholders for naming rights policy. The last council, under the Mayor Mike Lemay, we started setting aside a pool reserve. Now it's called an aquatic center reserve, or more aquatic center sportsplex reserve. $255,000 a year, and right now we have 1.7 million in that reserve, which we use to go to this sportsplex / pool idea. So. And last year at the budget meeting at the Clarion, we spoke about, we look at a sportsplex idea, if it's P3 or design build or borrow, partnerships with different municipalities and the funding, whatever comes out of that. If that doesn't go well, then we borrow the money and put it into refurbishing the PMC, Pembroke 2, the pool. Or we circle back and look at a standalone pool. So there's all these options on the table, as the mayor's pointed out also. But I'm totally committed to the pool, as I think the council is. We are. And we want to thank you again for coming. And the staff will come back with a report about naming rights and this MOU idea, and go from there. But thank you again.
I'm taking council first, and then okay. Yes, thank you. Councillor Jackno?
Thank you very much, Ms. Mottershead and Mr. Roy, for coming. Obviously, you have a desire to help, or you wouldn't be here. Appreciate that. Raising money, as the deputy mayor said, in an environment where everybody's got their hand and mitt out looking for various projects takes great dedication, and I admire you for that. And I have been on fundraising committees myself over the past number of years, not with the City of Pembroke, but in different venues. And I know where you're coming from, because when you work so hard to raise that money, you feel as though it's your money and it's coming out of your pocket. And, you want to be quite resolute on how that money's going to be spent. So I can understand some of your philosophy about indicating to us, well, maybe you should be doing this or that. But I believe the city does have a firm plan in place, and I'm not offended by you coming here, because if you weren't here, that money wouldn't be here. So I'm sure there'd be some collaboration between this group, the City of Pembroke, our Recreation Department, and yourselves to continue in a positive vein and to move forward. Where there's a desire, I mean, you never give up, things will happen. But if people throw their hands up in the air and say this will never happen, it won't. So you've come to the forefront, and for that I express my appreciation. I believe we do have some bumps in the road, perhaps, that may need to be ironed out, but thank you.
Councillor Purcell?
Maybe not. There we go. I'm on. First of all, I'd like to thank you very much. $135,000, that's awesome in terms of, in terms of donations thus far going towards the pool. We do have a multiplex facility committee, which I do sit on. We're looking at various different options. In fact, we're even just exploring an owner-engineer RFP right now with our partners at Laurentian Valley. That being said, the lifeguard training towers are in process. Also, we've been looking at grants as well, and the accessibility lift is being replaced as well. So, I mean, there's ongoing investment into the pool. That being said, we want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence and making sure that we have parallel plans in place where we're meeting the asset management component in terms of maintaining the pool, and also lobbying and building momentum for the multiplex facility. And we haven't really kind of had the opportunity as of yet to understand a little bit more in terms of what that would consist of, but we're having those discussions. So, and we're hoping that an owner engineer will help facilitate those conversations as we move forward. So, so there's some really good things that are happening. I've had the pleasure of attending golf tournaments. So sold some tickets for the pool. Attended trivia nights and those kinds of things. So keep doing what you're doing. I think it's making a real big difference. I think it's a little premature right now. I think you're going to hear more about the plans when it comes to the multiplex as we move throughout the year. But believe me, we're all looking at what's the best. The best opportunity moving forward for the city of Pembroke, and making sure that we have investment in terms of the facilities. We did also meet with the Minister of Recreation and Tourism at AMO last summer as well. So there's another opportunity where we're talking about, funding for the pool, funding for a multiplex facility, those kinds of things. So, we continue to lobby and we continue to have those discussions when we do go to various different, conventions and those kinds of things, in terms of having that opportunity to, anytime that we can, to build momentum. As you're well aware, we completed the Recreation Master Plan, and there's also, our partners have completed their Recreation Master Plan. So there may be some opportunity there, and maybe in terms of expanding, to more of a regional approach. So that's one of the things that we're looking at right now. But thank you again for all your efforts in terms of your fundraising efforts, and it's greatly appreciated.
Councillor Plummer, did you want to comment?
No, thank you.
Okay, just checking. I'll comment from the chair, and then maybe you'd like to. So I was part of the meeting back in the fall, and I met with Mr. Roy and Ms. Conway, and we had, about an hour we chit-chatted, and they explained the obstacles their committee was facing. And at that meeting, the largest obstacle that I took out of it was the fact that donors need more of a guarantee. Like, if they're going to donate a large amount of money, they need to know how long is this facility going to operate. You don't want to throw $1,000 or $100 even if you think it's going to close in a year or two. So that was the big issue at that meeting. So I'm reading, this is part of that letter, and I had said, that's what you should come to this council and ask for, more of a commitment on how long is this pool going to be operating, so that you can go forward and say, okay, they're planning on putting lockers in. And maybe those lockers could come out and go into a new facility later. But at least you have something tangible to show your donors this is what you're supporting. And yes, this pool will be in operation for 10 years. Let's just pick a number. I'm not saying anything's committing at this end, but the P3, we don't know what that looks like. And I guess we talked about that at the meeting too. It's like, maybe this council isn't going to get the support we thought from our neighbors. We're not going to get a grant. Maybe we need to keep this pool open for 30 or 40 years. And it did say that if we keep maintaining it, this pool could last 50 years. Maybe we're going to decide to start with 2 arenas as part of that P3, with space to build a pool on later, should those partners come on board. We talked about all of that. that's what I thought this council presentation was going to be asking, us to commit to something tangible for your donors. I think we still need to do that as a council, give you those answers. And yes, HVAC, I think that that's going to go through because I talked about that before we fixed the pool. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, I hear what Councillor Keel is saying. When I read the letter, everything was there that I expected, except we're going to hold back the money. Because to be honest, when we decided to go ahead with the roof, we acted in good faith knowing that your committee was raising money to put towards the roof. Well, the roof is up. So I guess that surprised me, I'll be quite honest. I'm not mad about it. I just was shocked when I read that because it's almost like you're holding our noses to the fire, okay? And I'm going to just sort of smile through that because I don't think you thought it would be taken that way. So anyway, that's how I felt today when I read the letter, but I know it wasn't your intent. I guess what I want to say is that that money should go towards what we've committed to because we did it on the basis that you were going to do that hard work for us. And then now we move forward. Now I think is the time to say, okay, thank you very much for that money. We will put that wherever it needs to be, whether it's in the pool budget, back in the pool, maintenance budget. And we move forward now. What's our next step? So maybe, yeah, like you say, the tower's going in. That was budgeted. We're probably going to look at the HVAC eventually. But there's other work, lockers. I've heard all of this. So anyway, I just want to say thank you because I know how hard you worked. But I also want to say I don't think you should be withholding the money because we acted in good faith. And we spent 1.4 million thinking we had that money coming in. Not that it would have stopped us because let's say 1.4 million is a lot of money. But we heard the community, wanted it. We knew you guys were going to be working hard. So that was the only thing that stung me a little in that letter. But thank you. I look forward to working with you. I kind of see that I'm hoping we keep this pool operating. It's a lot of money to put a brand new pool up. I think we focus on our arenas. That's where the real problem is now. Our pool's running, keep it running, work on getting these arenas built, and maybe then work on grants for a new pool 10, 15 years down the road. Anyway, that's my comment. So now I'm going to open it up to Mr. Roy and Ms. Mottershead, if you have any comments.
I think we're talking about the same thing, to be honest, fiscal responsibility. And I think that that's everybody's concern. And as some people pointed out, it is our responsibility to ensure that our donors know that in good faith they gave us this money and that it's going where it needs to go. And so when we talk about an MOU moving forward so that there's a plan and so that, we know that the pool is continuing to be maintained, just as you pointed out, that's what we're talking about, is that responsibility. Because at the end of the day, we have to be able to show, and, some of these people, including the businesses, they're not necessarily doing that well themselves, and they supported us, and we have to be able to show that we've been responsible. And so I think that's what we're asking, and that was the message.
And yeah, even listening to all the different counselors, I already see us bouncing around all over the place. What are we doing? I love what you said. Let's focus on the $1.2 million we've just spent. And when you go in the basement, new water heater, the pump's basically brand new. We need to focus on this pool that we put all this money in. And so that's just, we need everyone to come together and just focus on coming to a plan. So the change rooms are a problem, right? I don't know how you're gonna get 3 change rooms because there should be a family change room with that old building. So, maybe looking at building another entranceway with new change rooms. That'd be a lot cheaper than building a standalone pool somewhere else. That seems logical. Space is an issue. There's a garden shed on the pool deck. So that all can be repurposed. Yeah, I'm sorry if we offended anybody. That's not our intent. But a lot of stuff that we're hearing is, what? You're going to put money in that old pool? What are you going to do with the money? What's going on? We need the public to understand what the plan is. I never got involved because I thought there was a plan. But when you guys decided to shut the pool down, that's when I said, there is no plan. There's ideas, we need a plan.
I want to thank you both, and I guess we should probably, as a council, discuss this in the near future and come to some timelines so that your committee can go forth and say, okay, this is the plan. And, you know, it's not fair to you to say, just keep going, and then pull the rug out under your feet in a year and say, yeah, we don't need you anymore, we're closing the pool. Like, and I get it, we're not going to do that, but I understand you feel like you're floating and you need to ground and say, this is where we're going. So I want to thank you both on behalf of council. And yeah, I hope that Mr. Unruh or Mr. Arbonneau will make note that we need to have this as a council discussion in the near future. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. And next on the agenda, yes, we have Inspector Stephen Neufeld from the Upper Ottawa Valley OPP. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone.
Yes.
Dating yourself now.
Take it away. I guess, yeah, there's a presentation. Councillor
is a
Keel is
presentation.
still on, and if you have any comments after the presentation, Councillor Keel, I heard that your handsome face will be back up on the screen, so.
Thank you, Pembroke Council. It's my pleasure to report on our policing activities for 2024 here in the city. Fantastic year for us. The first slide refers to, or I don't know if I've ever presented this specific piece to council, but it refers to our vision, our mission, and our values. And the values is what I wanted to speak to specifically, which is ingrained to all of our officers from the start of their journey when they get hired as young officers. And really, the message here is every decision we make, everything we do is based on those values. When I have conversations with our officers, whether it's, you know, positive or negative, when it's positive, I say, you know, great way to serve with pride, professionalism, and honor. Or if they make a mistake, and sometimes we have to have what I refer to as our fireside chats, I say, when you look at our values, what do you think is missing from that decision you make? So it's really, every decision that we make is based on these values, and they revolve around serving, interacting, and leading. And next slide, please. Thanks, you. This council has seen before, whenever we want to go somewhere or have a strategy, we have to have the roadmap. And what that is our strategic plan. We are in the final year of our strategic plan, which focuses on the three pillars, our people, our work, and our communities. Next slide, please, sir. Focusing in on our people. When we talk about the first pillar, which I believe is our most important asset, is always our people. When we talk about people, when I refer council to the first box, primary areas of strategic focus, these are the three things that I'm going to talk about. People-centered and effective processes, resiliency, physical and mental health and well-being, and member engagement. So looking back over the course of the year, what did we do to fulfill those? The people-centered piece, so the OPP has long used the mentoring piece as far as developing our leaders without really providing any sort of leadership training. We've kind of shifted our focus to making sure that our leaders are prepared to assume greater responsibility within the organization, and it's really focused on these 13 principles of psychosocial factors of health and safety. So what does that mean? That means talking about a member's psychological well-being, their physical safety in the workplace, making sure that they are mentally prepared, physically prepared, that when they do a good job, that they are recognized. We have annual performance evaluations that every officer is supposed to get. There are detachments that don't do them. Well, I'm too busy to do them. Well, that's not the case for us here. It's important for officers to know what they're doing well and what they aren't doing well. And certainly the first page of that yearly evaluation has their LDP, their Learning and Developmental Plan, which basically focuses, that is the member that says, this is the training I would like to get. This is what my career arc looks like. I would like to be a detective one day. I would like to be in forensic identification one day, and these are the courses that I want. If I, as a leader, don't bother doing an evaluation for a member, what is that basically telling me about your career arc and how I feel about it? So what I'm letting the council know is that the OPP in East Region here, well, in every region, but here in East Region, has identified certain detachment commanders that embody those 13 psychosocial factors of leadership, myself being one of them, and have been tasked with instructing all our future sergeants and staff sergeants, which that's what I did last year. And if we jump to the next slide, I don't know if it's on the next one or the next one after that. Down at the bottom corner, you'll see me on one of my classes. And next slide, sir. Some great opportunities for our officers getting out in the community. Jumping over to the next slide. Talking about our work, and what I'm going to focus in is right at the top, an enabled organization equipped to meet its policing responsibilities. So the primary areas that we targeted last year: staffing and deployment, investigations and frontline operations, and evidence-based decision-making. Well, what does that mean? So if we jump down to the next slide. So some of our investigations that we took on last year here in the city. So you can see definitely we are an enabled organization equipped to meet its policing responsibilities. We have our traditional guns and drugs, dope, that seizure at the bottom. It's kind of hard to see in the photo on the bottom left, but that is the largest crystal meth seizure in the history of Eastern Ontario. That happened right down our highway here. What you may not be able to see is the little Hell's Angel logo. That's exactly those were right off the basically ship in Vancouver that was being transported right down our highway on its way to New Brunswick. And the submachine gun that's parked in front of that was what was used to transport or to protect that load. Our work, an enabled organization to meet its policing responsibilities. What you will see also see in that bottom corner is our officers interacting with I'll say a marginalized community member. That has really been a shift in the OPP and policing in general. What we have been traditionally tasked with, the crime suppression and law enforcement, has really morphed, certainly post-COVID, into more, I'll say a lot more social work, dealing with mental health calls for service. And when we talk about our primary work area, staffing and deployment, part of that includes recruiting. And the days of us needing to hire big, meatheads that can handle themselves in a bar fight, that's ancient history. We don't do that. We need officers, and certainly the media does not always portray the police officers in the best light. There is a real onus on us to recruit locally, recruit from our communities, which we have been. I am a very big proponent of well, I call it ABR, always be recruiting. And I am not shy to use any opportunity, even, well, I feel embarrassed saying this, even city employees that I have actively tried to poach and bring them to the OPP. Sorry, Your Worship, but I do. And certainly getting back more to the grassroots, if you will, engaging with our youth in the community, initiating them ride-alongs for them to come out. Before we had really closed that off where they had to be actively in the process before we have to start thinking outside the box more and encouraging certainly our younger people that might be considering a career in policing. And what does that mean? Well, when I do have these young individuals coming and expressing interest in being police officers, the first thing I tell them is we are in the people business. That is what we do. We have to have, it's not about being a tough guy or being able to fight, or it's about being able to talk to people, because these are our calls for service today. Not to say that there isn't an aspect of violence, there is, but we have to be able to talk to people. The violence piece is the absolute last resort. Next slide, please, there. One of the biggest changes that we dealt with in 2024 administratively is the launch and implementation of the Community Safety Policing Act. Some of you may have been at this meeting. That was just at the hotel. And that is the Zone 2 Representative, Graham White, who discussed what this new framework was going to would look like for us. So 1990 was when they enacted the Police Services Act. It was horribly outdated. The new CSPA was launched in April 1st, 2024. And it made some changes to the legislative framework that the police deal with. The establishment of the Inspector General, who's going to monitor and advise police services, oversee, conduct inspections. That is has just started. Some of the bigger changes for us locally here, changes to police discipline and police oversight and what that is going to look like. Certainly, there was a lot of public pushback from police officers that were suspended for 5, 8 years, collecting their full salary while things wound through. There is now an option to suspend people without pay. That has not happened yet, but I'm really looking forward to seeing that. That'll be for your more egregious offenses. The changes also include framework for governance of police services, and particularly the OPP, with the establishment of detachment boards, which I'm very happy to report to council that for the city, with its long-established former police service board, that transition was very smooth and, dare I say, seamless. There's also some additional focus on some First Nations policing. But that was still something that we continue to navigate as we all learn about the CSPA. Next slide, please. Councillor, you brought this up at our meeting and we didn't get to close the loop, so I'm using this opportunity to discuss. Councillor Lafreniere specifically asked, do you know what an officer's day is going to look like, a typical day? And it's that thing right up there, and it's called the badge. Ideally, as we move through our service delivery model, which the Upper Ottawa Valley was selected in 2025 to be prioritized for staffing. This is what a typical officer's day is supposed to look like. The community engagement piece, patrol, obviously certain administrative requirements, and calls for service. Now that is what the expectation of us to implement for our officers, what a typical day or a typical week or a typical block is. That's 40% of your 40-hour work week will be dedicated to calls for service. We want to make sure that that is a balanced response for all officers to ensure not only that work is distributed fairly, but for a wellness perspective too, for our officers. So this is just rolling out. I'm reporting on it I'm reporting on 2024, but it's started because we were identified in 2024 as a 2025 pilot. So what do proactive patrols? So, and then you can kind of see it's kind of small. You might not be able to see it, but what does community engagement look like? Well, that can be school patrol. That can be foot patrols in the downtown, which I'll talk about later. So that is, Councillor, to your question, 2 weeks late, but that is what the typical officer day is going to look like, and that is going to come down to the sergeants to administer that. Next slide, please, sir. The Offender Management Apprehension Program. So this kind of covers two things. What we have here is an officer within the detachment, launched last year. This used to be called Intelligence-Led Policing, Crime Abatement. This is now the Offender Management Apprehension Program. And what this does is this monitors high-risk individuals in our community and ensures that they are compliant. In 2024, there was a bail reform that got initiative that was passed, and it came into force January 2024. There was a significant shift in public opinion as it came to violent crime and repeat offenders in 2023. There was a very strong push by our police associations after, in a 7-month period across Canada, not Ontario, across Canada, in 7 months, 8 police officers were murdered in various provinces, all by repeat offenders that were out on bail. So this has collectively, the chiefs of police across Canada have supported this and made this, created this, which was bail reforms, which came into effect in January of 2024. So coupled with our local management, we have the luxury of having a bail support team member who now monitors all violent crime related to firearms, and we actually have one here. He is assigned to Eastern Ontario, but he is housed here. He's actually one of our former detectives. So we have the luxury of having a local detective to lean on, as well as his duties that take him across Eastern Ontario. There are a couple detectives, but he is housed here. So we have that luxury where he obviously keeps an eye on his home detachment, where he came from. The changes in the bail reform initiatives, obviously, sorry, I shouldn't say obviously, they made a more robust reverse onus on the accused. So when you are held for bail, it was always the Crown's role to explain why this person should not be allowed out. Now, for certain offenses, the onus is reversed, and it's on the accused to explain to the courts why they should be let out. There's an expanded list of firearms offenses, which is obviously these police murders is what triggered a lot of this. But it also managed to include repeat IPV, domestic violence offenders, repeat. So they are included in that as well, which I think that is very important given our history here in the Valley, as well as a history of convictions that an individual may have. So great changes, great legislation that we are now using to our full advantage here in our community. Not only do these changes protect our officers, but they protect the community at large, getting these individuals that perhaps shouldn't be released, making sure that they are held accountable while they are out on bail. Jumping over to the third pillar, our communities, an engaged organization to position to co-create meaningful public safety solutions for Ontarians. And that is a nice way to say what I have always called our community safety and well-being plan, that safety is a community responsibility. The police certainly have a role in it, but it's going to be a community response. So primary areas of strategic focus, community, ensuring our officers are engaged in the community, victim-centered programs and services, and collaborations across justice, law enforcement, and human and social sectors. If we can just jump ahead, and I can show you a couple photos of our community engagement efforts over the course of 2024. Next one. And the next one, sir, right there. No, just pause, go back one. Community engagement, OPP Foot Patrol with Mesa. So we started a joint foot patrol initiative with our Mesa team that engages individuals within our community that has seen tremendous amount of success. When I ran the numbers, there were on average 2 patrols per month done by the OPP, our MCERT team, which you see pictured there, with our Mesa partners. So that was a very key. And as I learned and did my searching across, that has not occurred anywhere else in the province of Ontario, only in the city of Edmonton and Vancouver, of course, is that being done. So that was a terrific initiative for our community. And I think we have seen some huge successes. But I ask, what does success look like? What does success look like? What you have not seen in this slideshow, and this comes from the Community Safety Policing Act, are stats. So part of the CSPA advises that detachment commanders, when I have traditionally done this report to, this is not the first time I've presented to council, I do it every year, and to other councils as well, I include our local stats. The new CSPA does not allow me to disclose these stats until they have been vetted by the OPP, by our whole, so this presentation might be a little premature, but it's just missing specific numbers. That does get presented later on in the year, but it's once they have been vetted by the OPP. What I can say when we talk about what does success look like, well, I have preliminary numbers that has shown in 2024 a significant decrease in opioid deaths, not as significant, but a noticeable reduction in opioid-related occurrences. Now, way too early to call that a success, but certainly if that trend continues in 2025, which I'm anticipating it will, I think we could start, patting ourselves on the back. Next slide. So the community engagement piece, this is Jackie Pearson, who has presented to our police service board, or our detachment board, my apologies. If you recall, the inquest that was held here in the city made 86 recommendations, not all to the police, but to prevent intimate partner violence, which is what we're calling domestic violence now, IPV. One of the recommendations that came out of that was more access to victim-related resources in rural areas. That is a direct result of that recommendation, the recommendations came out, we could have very easily said, well, let the OPP figure it out. That is not how we do business. We are proactive here at this detachment. We wrote a business case to get her set up here in the detachment, and she is absolutely outstanding. She has done some amazing work with our victims. The bad news of my report is the IPV stats, from what I've seen so far, have significantly increased. Now, how do you want to view those results? Those results include a couple, somebody is late returning a child, they call 911 and say, my husband's late. Well, okay, that's not really, is he saying you're not having the kids? No, he's just late. He's supposed to be here at 5 o'clock. Okay, well, that gets classified as a domestic. Because sometimes those calls after a while begin to escalate, so we are tracking those. That gets classified the same as the neighbor calling saying, I can hear those neighbors next door and he's gonna kill her, get over there now. Those are all classified as the same thing. So we did have a significant increase in calls for service related to IPV. Now, the good side there is there are victims in communities that are so fearful to call the police or feel that the police will not help them that they don't call. So I guess at least happy to say that there are individuals that believe in our police service, that they believe that we are here to help, they will believe that they will get support through our victim specialist, that they will make a difference in their lives if they call the police. So that is one of the things that we are celebrating, is the fact that we have this victim specialist. When this was launched, the OPP also and I'm not going to take credit for this, but I'm going to say that they stole my idea. They decided that they were going to make detective positions in each detachment that focused exclusively on domestic violence, which was already in the works here. So not only did we get approval for one, I said, I want as many as we can. So we have 4 here. And they're firing on all cylinders. So we have a lot of support, engagement for IPV victims in the city of Pembroke. I have set up office hours for probation and parole, for child and family services, for victim services, all within the detachment on different days, so that we have a true collaboration of support for victims. We have individuals that what I would deem as high risk, which we know, we have seen here, where high-risk individuals really can escalate to the worst of the worst. My mission is to make sure that we have everything in check here to make sure that that never happens again in our community, ever, which is why we have this multifaceted approach to IPV violence. I think that's it.
Okay, so questions of council. Councillor Purcell?
Thank you, Inspector Dupel, for your presentation. I just wanted to, first of all, commend you on your leadership in terms of community safety and promoting community safety. I know I've had the pleasure of working with you on the drug strategy and community safety and well-being as well, the Warming Center and the MESA initiatives. And I think the work that you're doing and your detachment is doing is fantastic. We are starting to see some of the benefits, and I know you said, like, what does success look like? I think we're starting to see a little bit of that success right now. Even just basic feedback that I've received recently from downtown businesses and individuals that are living in the downtown area. The feedback is like, what happened? What's changed from last year to this year? So, things are working. It's a combination of, your efforts and the efforts of the MESA team, as well as the MCERT officers. All the mental health and the addiction supports and, getting out there and really kind of hitting the streets and, meeting people where they're at, I think is really, really important. So, that's just some of the, the information that I've received, and I think it's fantastic. It's sad to hear about the intimate partner violence. I don't think it's anything that's new, in terms of, victim services. I think you'll see that's really high on their list in regards to, those types of concerns in the valley. I think it's actually at epidemic values right now. So I think that's something that we need to kind of, keep an eye on and see how we can curb some of those behaviors. And so I think that just doesn't apply for the OPP. It also applies for everybody. If you're seeing something that doesn't make sense or doesn't look right, report it. So I do think that I think our work with the drug strategy and community safety and well-being, and I know our CAO has been tasked to put together some KPIs, and I think some of the KPIs, there's actually some of the stats that we're receiving from the OPP eventually, just to measure success and what that success looks like. So, kudos to you, CAO, as well for that initiative as well. So, like I said, I think all these initiatives are coming together to address some of these concerns, and I think, if we look out for each other and continue to do that, I think we're going to have, the best possible outcomes for our community in terms of safety, making sure that you look after your neighbor. We see that, we saw that just over the last few days in terms of having neighbors shoveling other people's driveways and helping them out during a storm. Well, a storm isn't just snow. A storm could be mental health. It could be an addiction issue. It could be a concern that you see in terms of partner violence. So we have to help people weather those storms and get the right supports at the right time. So again, kudos to you and your detachment. I think we are moving in the right direction. I am interested in stats. I'm a stats guy. So I would be interested in those stats when they do come out, because I do think that we can, make good decisions when we have information at our hands. But that being said, we got to be careful for the interpretation. I think we've had a couple discussions about interpretation of stats, and that's why we rely on the experts to do the interpretation, because they can be read differently. So just by putting stats out there, it may look bad, but like you had said, there's a reason behind it, because maybe it's capturing more than just this one item. So I think we need to rely on the specialists such as yourself to interpret those on our behalf. But again, kudos to you and your team.
Thank you, Councillor.
Any other questions? Councillor Jackno?
Thank you, Madam Chair. True to the inspector, I always call you Chief, sorry, Inspector, Chief Inspector. Anyway, just a comment, last week I saw a couple of your officers on foot patrol to downtown. What really thrills me is the fact that they're engaged with people. They're talking to them, and that sends a very strong message, I think, to the community, that they're just not walking down the street. They're observing, of course, and they're doing part of that structured part where you showed your badge presentation. Percentage of what they do is foot patrol. It may not always be the priority. If there's a major accident somewhere, a foot patrol obviously will, not be at the top of the list. But just personally, I drive the street quite a bit, and I see that, and people say, well, we've never seen them. They're there. And I see them. I've often stopped, and I've spoken to a couple of female officers at one time this past summer, and I just, they didn't know who I was, and it didn't matter. I was just saying, thank you for doing that, and they were a little bit taken aback by, well, it's part of our job. So I think that truly reflects community policing. And, when you're dealing with individuals who are having problems, whether it's mental or whatever, they get to identify with the uniform as not being a threat and as being a help. And I find that very gratifying, and I just think, hope these foot patrols will continue, budget-wise, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Deputy Mayor, and then I'll ask to speak from the chair.
Thank you. Inspector, thank you again for coming, and I just have a couple comments. As co-chair with the mayor of the Community Watch Program, which is going into its 6th year, I think. We have 8 zones now. I want to thank the OPP, yourself, and Constable Peaver and the others for the partnership of coming to the meetings, answering questions, telling the group like it is. I think Community Watches has a positive impact on the community. Our next meeting is April 28th at 7. We'll send you an email. Okay. But I just want to thank you for that. And it's all about, as we say, as Councillor Purcell was saying, partnerships. The OPP, drug strategy committee, Mesa, the health unit, everybody works together. I sit on the PBA downtown board. We got a nice email last week from a store owner who said that there's less incidents downtown that she noticed, and she wanted to thank everyone involved. And, she noticed that. So I presented that to the board, and the overall comment at our meeting last week was that there are less incidents downtown, as Councillor Purcell was saying. And even over the warming center, there's been no complaints that I know of from the neighbors, because they have a good neighbor policy, and there's patrols there, messes involved. We're not out of the woods yet. There's issues. There's issues in the community, but I think we're moving in the right direction, and everything is coming together through the community police and safety plan, and so we just want to commend you for that. And no community is perfect, but we're trying as a community to work together. It's not an easy task. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess my question is in regards to the PBCD, the Provincial Bail Compliance Dashboard.
Yes.
When it comes to tracking serious, dangerous offenders in our community and that type of thing. When we first started talking about the opiate crisis in our community, something that I spoke about was the fact that our courts have to change the way that they just release people. Because the police in our community were frustrated too, because, they just arrest somebody, they bring them for selling drugs or, and they're out, and like Facebook loves it, right? It's all over social media. Oh yeah, they're back out today selling again. Why would they not consider that a dangerous person? Like they're selling a dangerous, fatal drug in our community. Do you think that ever was entertained at that level of government to change the bail, like to do bail reform on opiate dealers? Because to me, there's dangers to someone carrying a gun. So I don't know, this is the first, I would have asked you at a meeting, but this didn't come up.
I think baby steps to start with. When they talk about, the war on drugs, there is no war on drugs. There's many jurisdictions that don't even prosecute simple possession. So, how can you say there's a war on drugs when you're not even pursuing charges? Like, we still charge. It goes to court and they just withdraw the charge.
So maybe now that
It's-
they're going to have a czar, aren't we going to have like a czar, a opiate czar in Canada? I heard that. So we'll wait and see if the czar can solve that. But to me, that's definitely something that has to happen.
There are some successes with that OMAP program and the bail team. They have an individual here that, without getting into specifics, serious incident in the city, fled to Vancouver, and he's quarterbacking the RCMP, bringing that individual back to our community to stand trial for the charges. So and that's him quarterbacking that, going through our warrant file, looking at the dashboard, saying, I wonder where that guy is, doing a little bit of digging. Everyday officers might not take the time to track somebody down in British Columbia. And then, where are they in British Columbia? Send the RCMP there to confirm the address. So there is a lot of legwork and investigative work that goes into that position. Again, we're spoiled because we give him, a little bit of office space here, and he focuses on our local stuff as well. So, take the advantages where we can, right?
Thank you very much.
Thank
And
you, ma'am.
I want to thank you. If there's no other questions, I just want to thank you. I know you have a busy schedule all the time, and thank you for coming tonight. And I guess we'll look forward to the stats.
There
that are
will be
coming.
a subsequent official report done that will have the stats, and most of them, there will be nothing shocking. I've alluded to certain stats that, are up, certain stats that have gone down significantly, but you will have the actual numbers presented to you in a formal.
And then just further to what Councillor Purcell said about stats, be careful when you read stats, because sometimes if there's an increase, it's not a bad thing. Because of the new personnel we have, when it comes to intimate partner violence, there has been an uptake because there's more help for those individuals. They're coming forward more comfortably now because there is a specialist. So maybe there's more cases being handled. So that's a good thing. So,
That is a good thing.
okay. Well, thank you very much, and
Thank you so much.
good night. Okay, next. New business. I guess we're going to call Mr. DeRoche up as soon as it's... Thank you. So the first item of new business is the Community Recreation Grant Policy. Jordan, good evening.
All right, good evening. Thank you. So the recommendation for this report is that the Parks and Recreation Committee endorse and recommend to Council the approval of a community recreation grant policy to support community partners providing programs and recreation services to the residents of the City of Pembroke. Furthermore, that staff will be directed to prepare the bylaw and community recreation grant policy to be brought before Council at its next meeting. So as Council is aware, the corporation has received many requests for in-kind or financial requests over the years. And, this policy here is something to address a couple of things, one of which is to alleviate the staff time that in bringing forward reports each and every time that there's a request made. And it also ensure that it will meet Council's strategic priorities. So the policy will meet a variety of requirements, qualifications for funding, criteria, grant categories, eligibility, as well as reporting. The deadline will be April 1st of each year, and applicants will be required to fill out an application form. So applications will be scored. We will be using an evaluation matrix by a committee, which is noted here in the report. No organization shall receive more than $5,000, and a listing of approved grants will be provided to Council and the public annually. A final report outlining how funds will be used will be due each and every year at December 31st, and if a report is not received by the applicant, then they will not be eligible to apply for further funding. So when you take a look at the alternatives considered, we did consider one thing, that is semi-annual intakes, and that should be in the event that we receive increased funding, or if the department is experiencing requests to fund programs prior to April 1st, we may consider semi-annual intakes. As far as the strategic impact goes, this is actually an outcome of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan to include a funding mechanism to support community-driven programs. And finally, I did attach the Community Recreation Grant Policy. So I'll turn it back to the chair now, and if there is any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Jordan. Any questions of council? Okay. Councillor Purcell.
Thanks, Director DeRoche. Just one in terms of the policy requirements. In terms of the individual or the group requesting funding consideration, I know in terms of, it says demonstrating that they're in good financial management. That also take into consideration, that, they're in good standing from previous years in terms of past events and those kinds of things, in terms of that there's no outstanding invoices from those types of events?
Yeah, through the chair. Not sure I completely understand your question, but I think as this policy rolls along, I think we'll be able to get that kind of information. Are you looking directly for if somebody puts in an application to kind of do some further research? Is that what you're kind of asking, or?
I'm thinking that maybe, if somebody has applied or somebody has had an event the previous year and they're looking for some funding for this year, there may be some outstanding invoices that haven't been paid as a result of having that event last year. Right now, it doesn't really it just says as long as you have a plan, but doesn't say that you're in good standing with some of those individuals. So I'm just curious to see how we could kind of incorporate some of that language.
Sorry, I had Councillor Keel and then Councillor Jackno. Councillor Plummer, you'll be next after that.
I'm good, Councillor Bernier.
Okay, Councillor Keel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jordan, I think this is a great policy. I know you and I spoke about this, I think, almost 2 Canada days ago. This is really weird because I'm speaking to the back of Jordan's head. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Sean. So basically, I think this is a good first start, especially for this year. We've allocated $15,000. I do think in future years, after we see how this goes, I would like to see more than one time period where we're accepting applications. But I'm not sure that this year that is necessary. And even with our current $15,000 amount, I will say, and as some people around the table might smirk, we didn't even pass this year's budget yet. Next year, if budget permits, I might like to see us expand things a little bit. So for me, this is more of a trial year with respect to this program, and uh, and certainly I think what I guess the point I want to get across is when all is said and done, maybe in the fall, Mr. DeRoche, if we could possibly have you back to discuss how this first year went, maybe a policy review. I think this is such a good idea. It certainly shows some good fiscal restraint on the part of the city so that we're setting a number for these types of I guess grants while keeping the taxpayer budget in mind. So I don't really have too much comment with respect to what it is right now. It's entirely possible that maybe we'll want to tweak this later, but I think this is a good first start. And really, I look forward to us being able to again to offer these grants and to help support community events, but also doing it in a fiscally responsible way. So thank you very much for coming up with this policy, and I look forward to hearing back from you in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Plummer?
Thank you, Chair. To Councillor Purcell, under ineligibility, it says to cover deficits or to retire debts. So there may be an option that they would actually be ineligible to then get a grant the next year if they still had debts with the city. I just want to comment, this is a good plan. As Councillor Keel said, that it's a start. I will note that I'm excited to see under the grant categories fee waiver. This is going to be taken care of under the plan because as I say, this is my third term on council, and so many times we sit on council taking time up for a $200 fee waiver, $500 fee waiver. It all adds up in our time. We're already almost at 8 o'clock and we haven't even got through the first meeting. So anyways, I'll be short, but good work. Thanks.
Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just further, I know what Councillor Purcell is getting at is that, like, for instance, even if the person applying in year 2 didn't even complete the report in year 1 before December 31st, like things like that. So I get where the councillor is coming from in terms of making sure that when staff are looking at it, and it takes it out of the political realm in the sense that staff would look at it just to make sure that the organization, as it's been called, not-for-profit organization, is doing what it's supposed to do so that you're not handing funds whenever they're not compliant, if I can put it that way. I was pleased to see, because originally when I read not-for-profit organization, I was thinking in terms of not-for-profit corporations, and then I see that it's more than that, it's charities and other community groups, so pretty broad. So I was pleased to see that, because originally my mind went to corporation, not-for-profit corp, and no, it's more than that, so I was pleased to see that. Thanks.
Thank you. Just through the chair, I'm happy to see it as well. And we actually did discuss some type of grant policy at our tourism meeting last week, and we were discussing the MAT tax as well. Representatives from the hotels that sit on our committee were very interested in that, ensuring that grants were provided through the MAT tax to tourism-driven events, parks, that type of thing. And they look forward to making recommendations to council on what the MAT tax, the city's portion, would be used for. Possibly having a reserve, for bigger events in the future, but definitely having Elijah, who's present tonight, working with you, and possibly thinking about taking, I don't know if some of the money or 100% of this grant money would come out of MAT tax. So it may not even impact the recreation budget, but you would work together on the approvals, and there would be a committee set up much like the one we have now for facade improvement, community improvement, very similar, where they would go through the grants, we would approve them here at City Council. So I commend you on your work. Deputy Mayor, did you have something final?
Just a quick question, Madam Chair, through you. Just want to confirm, Director DeRoche. Yeah, just want to confirm that the program we started last term, the 13,500 for seniors programming and 13,500 for family youth program is still there, right?
Through the chair, yes, so it still is in our budget.
Thank you very much.
Next item, if there's nothing further, municipal significance designation at Festival Hall. Elijah, and good night, Jordan. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So tonight we are looking at a recommendation that the Parks and Rec Committee endorse and recommend to Council. That Council gives delegated authority to the Chief Administrative Officer or their designate to deem events at Festival Hall at Lake Nux as municipally significant for the purpose of obtaining special occasion permits in accordance with Ag Code guidelines. So as we look at this, our new management tenure at Festival Hall began in January, and one of the things that has come back from Mr. Pierce at this point has been the struggle to get special occasion permits to be able to offer alcohol sales because of the unique structure of the building with it being located within a school. So at this point, in order to obtain those permits, the options at Mr. Pierce's disposal are to have each event designated as municipally significant by the municipality or to have a not-for-profit organization apply for and run those sales. So that was how the previous management got around this. They operated as a nonprofit organization to handle that. At this point, the current management has declared that they do not wish to pursue that. And for the consortium, we are receiving 15% of those revenues as well. And so we'd like to ideally keep that as a for-profit situation so that the theater can continue to benefit into the future as well. So based on the Festival Hall Committee's discussion around this item, they did decide that the path forward they'd like to see is to give that delegated authority to the CAO here through the city to avoid these items needing to come one after another all year long and be approved on a case-by-case basis, but rather allow the CAO to designate those as municipally significant as they come. And then those would all still be subject to AGCO guidelines as it goes. So Mr. Pierce and the team at Mississippi Productions would still need to be following everything properly for each event. At this point as well, we did look at some other alternatives that would be available, where we essentially look at bringing each event forward on a case-by-case basis, which for a number of reasons I don't think is favorable. Avoiding all alcohol sales at the theater, which I also don't think is favorable. Operating as a nonprofit, which Mississippi Productions does not wish to pursue at this time, or the option to issue a blanket resolution, just going ahead and declaring all events as municipally significant. This could also be appropriate if council wishes to take this route instead and is comfortable then with Mississippi Productions' capability to adhere by those guidelines that are laid out by AGCO. So at this point, we are looking to move forward with this ideally as quickly as possible, just because more events are coming in March at Festival Hall, and they're looking to obtain these permits in time, particularly as they have some St. Patrick's Day events coming, some symphony events, and everything else coming throughout the month of March.
Okay, comments, questions? Councillor Keel, then Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know I've spoken with some councillors about this particular issue. Obviously, I don't want to dig too far deep into what the prior manager was doing with their multiple companies. But needless to say, that was a shock to us on the consortium. and perhaps a shock mostly for me, because when I was sitting in that consortium meeting, I was just picturing, and I guess jumping on the comment of Councillor Plummer a few moments ago, I was picturing us having to do SOP motions for every single event coming to Festival Hall throughout the course of the year, and of course that would eat up a lot of our council time. So then when I dug into it a little more, I did find out that AGCO allows for a municipality to designate someone to do this. Obviously, at the end of the day, Festival Hall has been having alcohol events sometimes multiple times a month, but certainly dozens of times a year for at least the past decade for sure. I'm sure it's gone on a lot longer than that. So needless to say, the setup of the hall and whatnot is a tried and tested method already. The only thing that I'm going to disagree with Elijah on is I think we should move forward with this as a more general policy. Obviously, this is about the time of year where events this summer start coming to council. I think Music for a Cause has come to council twice now for, again, the same type of event. We've approved it at the same point. So I suppose if a motion is needed, I would actually recommend that the committee endorse and recommend to council that delegated authority be provided to the CAO or their designate to deem events as municipally significant for the purpose of obtaining SOP permits in accordance with the AGCO guidelines. That way, the CAO or their designate could take care of some of the park events that usually come to us. Maybe I'll ask you, Madam Chair, because I think they often come to Parks and Rec, but we certainly haven't turned any down lately. I know the CAO is, he heads our chief building official. Obviously, he heads our Parks and Rec person. They all have input on these events before a memo even comes to council. So respectfully, to me, this is, I can't imagine that the city of Toronto does all of their permits at the city council level all year long. So it's my recommendation that I move Elijah's recommendation, but just removing at Festival Hall, and that we let our CAO take care of all of these events himself. And then I presume perhaps Mr. CAO, you could comment as to whether or how you would report to council on when these events are authorized, so that we do know what's happening.
Thank you, Councillor Keel, and you're right, I've never seen one turned down at City Council. So would Mr. Unruh like to respond?
Yeah, through the chair, I'd look at the frequency of the requests on that, perhaps on a monthly basis or on a quarterly basis. I could report on how many have come forward, how many have been approved, and how many have been declined. But I think it'd be on frequency that we receive them.
So there is a motion, and it is seconded by Councillor Plummer, and we still have the Deputy Mayor Councillor Purcell to comment, and then Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. I think my only question is in regards to, is there any liability associated with the blanket? That's my only concern. And is there any specific language built into the contract regarding adherence to the AGCO requirements? Is there specific language that's built into that? Because I think we were under the impression that it was a nonprofit kind of a setup that was happening before. So they would apply for the special occurrence license themselves, but now it's going through the city. So I'm just wondering if there's any liability associated with that.
I'll let Elijah answer that.
Sure. So the permit applications would still go through Kitchissippi Productions. They would just need the sign off as municipally significant coming from the municipality, but actually the handling of the permits would still be entirely from them, and they are required to carry sizable insurance under the terms of that agreement and adhere to any and all necessary guidelines. So that is all covered under their agreement.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor has withdrawn his comments. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Unanimous. Good job. And good night, Elijah. And next we have Heather Sutherland CIP request for A 1085 Pembroke Street West. Good evening.
Hi, everyone. So the recommendation is that the Community Improvement Panel recommends that $1,185 is granted to Michelle Van Drome, tenant of A 1085 Pembroke Street West, for the Community Improvement Plan Facade Improvement Grant. So according to the attached low quote to this application that we received, $2,370 plus HST will be spent on facade improvements at this address. According to the grant guidelines, 50% of the work can be reimbursed to a maximum of $5,000. Therefore, this applicant is eligible for $1,185. So the panel met earlier this month to discuss this application. It's for a new sign to be installed at this unit. This is a business that was previously home-based that has moved into a bricks and mortar location within the city and is looking to get their sign up on the building. The facade improvement grant applies to work such as a new sign, and it is for businesses outside of the PBIA downtown area, and it meets all requirements of the CIP program. So the panel voted unanimously to recommend this application for approval.
Thank you, Heather. Any comments, questions, or motion? Deputy Mayor?
Motion to accept the recommendation by the committee.
And do we have a seconder? Councillor Jackno. Any further comments? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Approved. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Ian. I saw your hand go up after. There's a time delay there. Thank you. Okay, motion to adjourn this meeting. Moved by Councillor Purcell, seconded by Deputy Mayor. All in favor? This meeting is adjourned.
Welcome everyone to the Operations Committee meeting of Tuesday, February 18th. Call to order. Any closure of community interest? Seeing none. Use a motion to approve the meeting agenda. Deputy Mayor, those in favor? Approved. Motion to approve the minutes of Operation Committee meeting of January 21st. Moved by Councillor Jackno, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? Approved. Any business arising for the minutes? Seeing none. First up, new business, budget. Ms. Lochte, welcome. Please present.
Thank you very much. It's been a journey that started back in August, but we're finally at the February 18th date to formally adopt the 2025 budget. So the budget presentation is very similar to the public meeting, so I will kind of skip ahead a little bit and just talk about the highlights of the 2025 budget in terms of how it impacts the different taxpayers. But certainly if anybody from the public is looking for more information, the public meeting does go over the bulk of these slides in more detail. So in the public meeting, we did talk about how the city operates under a regulatory environment that dictates a lot of the different activities of the municipality. Overall, in this year's budget, we have a $27.4 million tax levy, which is the amount of money that we need to raise through property taxes, which is representing an 8.98% levy increase after growth and an 8.92% tax rate increase. And overall, this budget is operating on a $42 million operating budget and a $22.4 million capital budget. So there have been no changes to our garbage fees, our Ottawa Valley waste recovery fees, as well as our tax ratios. And as we discussed in an earlier meeting, the PBIA has a 3.56% increase. Certainly some of our garbage fees will need to be looked at once we move to the producer pay model. But for 2025 budget, all of these fees remain as is. Again, from the city's point of view, and in step with the agreement that we have with the Township of Laurentian Valley, we are required to base our water and sanitary sewer rate increases on a rate study that we typically hold every 5 years. And in 2025, we will be undertaking another study for the 2026 to 2035 period. And this study is typically renewed every 5 years. So for water, we have a $5.8 million operating budget, a $1.8 million capital budget, and our typical 5.7% increase to flat water rates and 9.8% increase to our metered water rates. For sanitary sewer, again, we're seeing a 5.2% increase to flat sewer rates and a 6.9% increase to metered sewer rates. And these increases have been ongoing since the adoption of the new study. If we look at overall between taxes, water, and sewer, the average, as well as our garbage rates, the average home will see a $357 increase for 2025. A multi-residential property with 12 units will see a $2,615 a year increase. A commercial retail establishment will see a $798 increase, and an industrial customer would see an $895 increase. And again, these assessment values are low. It does not reflect what a home is worth right now, but that's what city taxes are based on. So if we break down that residential number into water, sewer, and property tax, essentially out of the total increase of $29.77 per month, $23.06 is related to property tax, $2.74 increase is related to water, and $3.97 increase per month is related to our sanitary sewer. Since mentioning this program, we have actually had some interest and some calls come into the property tax desk at City Hall. So I will mention again that from an affordability and for the benefit of any low-income homeowners, In the city of Pembroke, there is a property tax assistance program under City of Pembroke bylaw 2023-52, where low-income seniors receiving the guaranteed income supplement, as well as anyone receiving the Ontario Disability Support Program payments, can essentially freeze their property tax bill for the period that they're receiving these benefits. And certainly, if you are interested in obtaining more information on these programs, please contact the city and speak to somebody in the property tax department. Okay, so this presentation breaks down the operating budget, our sources of revenue, some of the plans, grants that we've applied to that we're still waiting to hear if we were successful in obtaining the funding or not, as well as our operating expenses. And as we talked about at the public meeting, one of the issues the city faces is that since COVID, the inflation that we're seeing is certainly much, much higher than what an average home is seeing, and this creates additional financial pressures on the city. Certainly, there are a number of drivers behind the increase for this year, which is listed out here. But at the same time, we are making investments in our community. We are trying to be more effective and efficient, and we are continuing to try to attract additional investment into our city through economic development activities in 2025. We did receive some good news with our shared services. So we'll take, I think, another week to get the final numbers for the county. But we are confident that this 2025 budget that's been discussed to date is sufficient to meet the requirements that we have to pay the county for their services in 2025. For our capital, we continue to invest in the city. We are planning on spending $22.4 million of money this year on a variety of different capital projects in buildings, roads, as well as our sanitary, sewer, and water systems. And we are looking to get funding for this $22.4 million from a variety of different sources. So from the property taxes that we raise from our water and sewer rates, as well as from grants, as well as money we have in reserves. So a breakdown of this financing is provided to the community for more information. And you can see that we do spend quite a bit of money on infrastructure from year to year. It does change based on the size of the project. 2023, we did have a significant infrastructure project where we had to raise money through debt to pay for some upgrades at Town Line. So that's why you see the larger increase there. So in 2025, we have a variety of projects we're doing. We are looking to replace the marina attendant building. We are looking to continue reconstruction on Isabella for phase 2. We have a number of different road rehab projects that we have planned on Darcy, Miller, and Stewart Street, road resurfacing on Alfred Street East, Boundary Road, and McGee Street, as well as some sidewalk replacements through the city, and updating the play structure at Kinsman Park. Again, we continue to see that we have a gap in our infrastructure funding that's been rising. In 2025, we do need to finalize an asset management plan that includes a long-term financing plan for capital. So this gap will need to be discussed further as part of that plan, which will be coming back to council, throughout the first half of 2025. So expect to hear more information from that as the year unfolds. So we do hold money in reserves, and we have incurred debt in the past for past projects. So currently, the debt we have on the books for various projects is listed in this slide, and we do expect to pay. We do expect to make about $1.3 million in principal payments in 2025. So by the end of the year, we will continue to owe about $10.2 million in debt, excluding the loan which is yet to be finalized for the Town Line Force Main project. I do typically provide information on our development charge reserve balance, which breaks down into a variety of different categories. So currently we have $323,000 sitting in this reserve that we raise through new development in the city. The main area of spending this year was on the Makeda River Road catchment area design. And for 2025, we do plan on spending some of these funds for some new equipment in parks. We need to renew our development charges study, and we are going to be purchasing, well, we have purchased, we're going to be receiving finally a new truck for the roads department for the Gulf View subdivision. And under the More Homes Built Faster Act, we do need to allocate at least 60% of monies that we are holding in the water, wastewater, and roads accounts. So we have made a variety of pre-commitments for a new truck for the roads department, for Nelson Street Phase 3 roads infrastructure project, as well as a new lift station at Supple's Landing, and some water studies, as well as the construction of a new water tower, which is allocating more than what's in the reserve right now. So we are far exceeding the 60% allocation for these funds. Again, as I mentioned, there's no changes in our waste management. This presentation does break down our specific water and sewer rates. So we will be billing next quarter based on these new rates. And overall, we can see the impact of our flat and metered customers. And this is just a further breakdown of an earlier slide on how the increase to the average property breaks down between taxes, garbage, water, and sewer. And finally, as we can see, the bulk of our money that we raise through taxes goes towards the county and shared services, our roads operation and policing, followed by our fire and parks and recreation. And that concludes my presentation. So we will be passing a number of bylaws at council for these different rates. So the water rate, the sewer rate, the tax ratios, the budget. And again, thank you to council for, again, another successful deliberations for the 2025 budget.
Any final comments, as this is Mayor?
I'll try to be very brief. Just to, as previously said, to thank the CEO, the clerk, the treasury, and all directors in terms of all the work to make this happen. It seemed to be a tougher budget than I've seen before. Another reminder is that when the county sets their rate at 5.5, if you're a lower tier municipality, that it's the 5.5 plus whatever your lower tier is levying as well, unlike the city of Pembroke, which is a one tax built into everything. What I found most interesting, I guess, or concerning, depending on how you look at it, is on page 28, looking at the 5-year capital spend. And so I meant it earlier when I was talking about an increase in funds going to facilities and a greater focus on it. It always concerns me in terms of your other slide that there's less funds going to infrastructure. There's so many different projects that need to happen in terms of continuing on. I guess it would be phase 3 of Nelson Street, as well as a number of other projects. So it's concerning, and on that front. But what makes me more happy is when I get to the page when it talks about debentures, and I see that it goes down, because I have been around whenever it approached 16 million, and that makes me very nervous. Because it's not lost on me that you're taxing people to service the debt as opposed to actually doing something constructive. I realize it's got its place, but there it is. So that's about as brief as I can be on this topic. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Just want to echo what the mayor said, and as chair of the finance committee, and on behalf of Councillor Jacquino and I, we want to thank yourself and your staff for all the work you did, and the CEO and clerk and all the staff and directors and all the employees, because it's the budget process starts back, I think it starts in August, and it's a long haul. And it's very tough to estimate what all the expenses are going to be, and we never have enough money. We have to have a balanced budget. And as I repeat myself, we went to Roma and we spoke with the Treasury Ministry. I personally spoke with the Minister of Finance, and I said, we have to have a new arrangement. We urge you to work with AMO to come to the table and set up a task force review on the whole structure of downloaded programs. And the feedback we got was we're engaged with AMO, we're continuing, but there's no commitment. So we're going to have to keep harping on that fact, because we can't keep having all these increases every year. The government of Ontario has to take back some of the programs or realign the grant system. We know the money's there. We're in the middle of election. I won't comment on any who spent money on what, but we know the money is there for different programs. So it was a tough budget. Nobody likes a tax increase. Nobody. We have to keep our liability commitment for roads and sidewalks and equipment up to par. And we have major decisions to make in the year and a half regarding asset management. Renovate the current facilities we have, the rinks and the pool, or go ahead with this idea of a sportsplex or whatever. But that's a way off. So anyhow, those are the challenges we have, and thank you once again.
Okay, seeing no other comments, then thank you for the presentation. We'll move on. The temporary amendment to procedural bylaw. And who's presenting that? Okay, Slockton, present again.
Thank you. So certainly what's going on south of the border is creating a bit of a stir in terms of procurement. If the tariffs go ahead at anywhere between 10 and 25%, it's certainly going to have an impact on the city's budget, not only in terms of the numbers, but it will, I think, increase the workload for staff as we need to reevaluate the different procurement arrangements that we have in place. So certainly with some of our standard contracts that we use, there is wording in these contracts that say that the city will bear the cost of any additional duties as an automatic price adjustment. So this might have an impact of us having to come back to council to ask for additional funding. With every major infrastructure project, we do have a contingency allowance, but I don't think we would have expected, this level of a price impact necessarily when we set these contingency allowances. So certainly that might cause some pressure on some of our larger infrastructure projects this year, depending on, how much of the materials, particularly underground infrastructure, might be coming from the States. Again, we're going to have to potentially reevaluate some of our existing procurement arrangements to see if we need to do an early termination and go back out to tender again, because other sources of product might be more economical post any tariffs. So at this point, there's a lot of uncertainty. We have been reaching out to our vendors to ask them, specific questions about, is it going to impact our pricing or lead times? What kind of an increase could we expect? And are there any alternative solutions? And at this point, I think they don't necessarily know the answer to that either. So it's certainly something we're keeping a very close eye on right now. That being said, while there may be some substitutions that we could seek out to try to keep those costs down, in other cases, there are materials like IT equipment where there isn't another alternative. We're going to have to purchase items for the States and absorb an extra 25% increase. This is something that's also been talked about in municipalities across Ontario. So the city is a member of the Ontario Public Buyers Association, and both the Deputy Treasurer and I were in attendance to talk a bit about, so we had a call just to talk about the tariffs and what other municipalities are doing across Ontario, what's allowed, what's not allowed. And certainly, while there's a lot of talk on social media about a Buy Canadian policy, there are some realities that as a city we have to consider, because municipal purchasing is bound by the Discriminatory Business Practices Act, which prevents us from discrimination on the basis of a number of different attributes, which include geographic location. So looking at the Act in a bit more detail, if it is a policy of Canada or the Government of Ontario, then we would be allowed to at least have a avoid American purchasing policy if that was something that was supported by the upper levels of government. In addition to this, we are also subject to other free trade agreements, including CETA or the Canadian-European Free Trade Agreement, for example. So we have to continue to open up our purchasing to other countries. So certainly, in terms of a policy approach, if we did want to take a look at the city's purchasing policy, we would be better to have an avoid American purchasing policy as opposed to a buy Canadian policy. As well, we are aware that AMO is actively working on this issue with the province. They have asked every municipality for additional information, and they are discussing different tools the municipality might use to enable a Buy Canadian strategy. So we certainly expect to hear in the coming months more information about how the city can potentially address a trade war between Canada and the US. Certainly we might need to consider deferring some purchases to see how things, like if they do get levied, to see how things settle out. It might make more sense if we're looking at purchasing vehicles that need to come just because of their configuration, they need to come from the States, and a lot of chassis come from the States. Maybe we're going to be better off to fix some of our vehicles or look at renting as opposed to replacing them. So I think everything's pretty much on the table right now to try to mitigate sort of what might happen, but it's still a might right now, and we don't know the full scope and extent of how things are going to roll out over the coming months. There was a deferral, maybe there's going to be another one. But certainly if we wanted to add something to the purchasing bylaw, some wording is included here to say that, if countries aren't acting in good faith of trade treaties, that we could have them on the disqualification of a supplier or bidder list. So that could be possible if council is interested in looking at an amendment. But we will certainly keep an eye on this, and we will come back with more information to council as the situation unfolds. But I know it's on the top of everybody's mind right now, so we thought it was important to at least come forward to committee with more information on this time, because we do anticipate that it will have certainly a big impact on the operations department if things do come to fruition. So thank you.
Mayor?
So thank you for your report. As was mentioned in one of the, I guess it was the last mayor's report, so when this tariff concept and topic was rolling out, I know that the CAO and I met with and did have discussions with the MP as well as other different organizations, levels of government. One of them was with the CAO and the warden of the county of Renfrew, and they're, just so that council is aware, they're very much on the same foot in terms of trying to figure out, okay, so how is it that we approach this? So I'm glad that the Treasury Department is bringing this report to us so that all of council understands that this isn't going to be taken lightly, that it will be addressed, and we need to do whatever we need to do within the law to assist with the circumstances. But certainly the county is on the same wavelength at this time.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Purcell?
Do we actually have a list of potential impacts already started, and seeing what mitigation measures that we could put in place, just as pre-work? I mean, we're really unfortunate right now that we don't have, federal leadership, and we don't have, provincial leadership. So I think, it's talking to some of my contacts at Canadian Nuclear Laboratories and ACL, they're still waiting for some direction in regards to some of those activities, but I think they're doing a lot of prep work in regards to just understanding what the potential impact could be. so that way, that we can act quickly. I think that's my only question, is that we have the pre-work done.
Go ahead.
So we have reached out to the vendors that we think will be the most impacted, and so far they have not been able to give us any concrete information. But we have heard that for the procurement of vehicles and equipment, that some people just aren't bidding right now. So there's 0 bids being received. So I'm thinking if it's not on the lot, they don't want to commit to anything at this time. So that's all the information we have right now, but we're continuing to engage with our other municipal counterparts, and all of our vendors know we're looking for this information. So we are going to continue to follow up with these vendors to try to assess the damage, so to speak, if it does come to pass.
Councillor Keel?
Yeah, so I think I'm glad that Madam Treasurer, you and the CAO and the mayor jumped on top of this right away. I think I'm mostly glad actually that we're having this discussion here tonight, because I know a lot of stuff on Facebook was, well, this is local and it's not for municipalities to say anything or whatnot. But the reality is, certainly as the deputy mayor and the CAO would have heard at Roma in January, municipalities make up for millions upon millions upon millions of dollars in our procurement. While the federal and provincial governments might be taking bigger hits, and while multi-billion-dollar corporations might be taking bigger hits, the fact of the matter is there is going to be direct local impacts for the city. Obviously, we're all going to be affected by trickle-down impacts. So I'm glad to hear that the mayor and the CAO and yourself have been looking at initiatives. I think we should also possibly, and maybe your worship, I'm speaking more to you on this, but maybe we should be looking at our messaging to the people, whether that's proclaiming a Buy Canadian Week or whatnot, because obviously our local residents are not restricted by trade treaties and legislation in terms of how they purchase things. So I think there are ways that we can help take a stand, and certainly I will support the treasurer in any efforts that she has in terms of procurement recommendations and whatnot. But at the end of the day, we all know which individual in the U.S. we're kind of talking about. We all know that at the end of the day, this could amount to anything from an economic disaster through to him, frankly, just toying around and not doing anything. The reality is, with the individual we're speaking about, you never know if he's joking, if he's serious, or what side of the fence you're going to land on. So I'm glad that we're being prepared. I'm glad, again, that tonight we're talking about this issue, and that the treasurer has addressed the fact that there could, in fact, be direct things that the city has to take into account on this issue. And then I'd be happy to speak with your worship and whatnot, and look at other non-legal but more community-based initiatives that perhaps the city could look at on the side.
Okay, I have the mayor, then Councillor Frenny.
So just very quickly, yes, Councillor Keel, in one of the meetings we had Ms. Sutherland there to talk about messaging and so forth. So definitely to try and get ahead of it. And what we were discussing is to try and present as much calm as can possibly be presented when talking about this topic. But yes, wholeheartedly.
Councillor Frenny.
Yeah, I mean, our community, I think, is already embracing this anything but American. I was in the grocery store, and almost every person I walked by, I could hear them talking about the label and making sure it was anything but American. And I think that's already pulled us together, I mean, COVID was its own thing. It kind of started to divide different individuals from each other, and I think this has brought us together. So you can say what you want, and I'll say his name, Mr. Trump. He's done what he can. He's bonded us together as Canadians. So I would say, yeah, that messaging out there, buy local or buy anything but American. But be careful, because I know that someone was mentioning some of the products we ship to the States to make some food products. You don't want to, so you have to just be mindful that sometimes maybe by stopping the purchase of American food byproduct, maybe you are taking away that business from a soy manufacturer out west. So, but anyway, no, good that you're on this. And like I said, it's too bad the lack of leadership in the upper levels right now. We need that, and it's disappointing. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Lewis, welcome. We have the 2024 Pollution Control Center Annual Compliance Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as per norm this time of year, I'm here with a couple annual compliance reports. As legislated, this is the PCC Annual Compliance Report. It is legislated that we have to have it by March 31st each calendar year. Covers the period January 1st through December 31st. Many legislative requirements, they're all listed in the report. Of note in this report is in 2024, the PCC was unable to meet the E. coli discharge criteria for February, April, June, September, and November. All other ministry compliance was met. The PCC faced multiple challenges in 2024, including numerous equipment failures, manpower shortages, unknown influent loadings, all of which are being addressed at the center. And we are doing some research to see if we can understand where the heavy loading is coming from. Over the year, we had one occurrence of a plant secondary bypass. It was reported, as was the E. coli variances were reported to the ministry as well. There were no occurrences of primary bypass, and there are no financial impacts associated with this report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions about that first report? Seeing none. Next up is the Pembroke Drinking Water System 2024 Annual Compliance Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our recommendation is that the report be accepted by committee and be presented to council later this evening. Again, it's an annual report. There are no financial impacts associated with the report. There are 3 different annual reports that we complete. As part of this, they are listed in the staff report. The big thing to note is that the Pembroke drinking water system received an inspection rating record of 100% compliance for 2024-25 inspection period. And for those watching at home, a copy of the annual report is made available to all drinking water system owners, so that would be the Township of Laurentian Valley, and it is available for inspection at City Hall, on our website, and at the water purification plant. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions on that? As we will be voting during council to approve it. Go. Seeing none. No, we do not. It'll be there's a bylaw or motions at the council. Next up, Blue Box Transition and Promotion for Education Plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this report is for information purposes mainly. There's no decision that needs to be made. But as I'm sure everyone is aware, we will be transitioning to a new way of waste management and recycling. So I'm just providing some information on that. There are no immediate financial implications associated with this report. But when the Blue Box program transitions to full producer responsibility in 2025, City anticipates we'll have a surplus as we're not going to have to pay for curbside collection of recyclables. And in the future, we will bring a report to committee on what that surplus is, when we know what that surplus is, and a recommendation to transfer that surplus amounts into reserves, either to offset curbside collection rate increases in the future or towards capital investments at the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Centre. So the new regulations coming into Ontario shifts the responsibility of residential recycling collection and processing away from municipalities and to the producers of the packaging and paper products. Producer responsibility programs do already exist in Ontario for such materials like tires, electronic waste, and some household hazardous waste products, so this is not new. Effective March 28, 25, City of Pembroke will no longer be responsible for residential recycling programs, and the residential recycling program will be managed by Circular Materials. City of Pembroke will enter into transition phase of our recycling program effective March 28th of 25. We anticipate there won't be much changes for the ratepayers. They won't see much of a change. Everything will continue. The only main difference will be who they contact if their recycling isn't collected. It will be directly to the collector through the producer's responsibilities, and we will post phone numbers and websites and so forth on our webpage, and we're starting a public education program with the center as well as the pros. The purchase of new recycling bins and replacement bins, that will still happen at the operations department at least until January of 2026, and then we may shift it to Miller Waste, who has been selected by the pros to handle the recycling in this area. The promotion and education of the city's recycling will be funded by Circular Materials, and we are working with the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery and Circular Materials on that promotion and education. There will be some information included in the 2025 collection calendar. That's expected to be delivered in mid-March, so there'll be some information on that as well. Additionally, our dates have not changed. That kind of stuff, it all remains the same, and our collection calendar is almost ready to go. After January 1st, 2026, there may be some changes when transition is complete and Ontario moves to a common collection system. At this point in time, we have no idea whether it'll be the same stuff that goes in the blue box and the yellow bin, or if there will be changes to what products will be allowed. We used to be able to put styrofoam into the yellow bin. We can't do that anymore. So we don't know what changes are going to happen until transition is completed, but we'll keep everybody abreast on that. The other thing is the non-eligible sources. So commercial and industrial businesses, churches and daycares are considered non-eligible sources, so they don't get included in the producer responsibility system. But we have previously been in front of committee and council to get approval that we will continue to pick up non-eligible sources. The recycling will still happen out at the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Center by Mterra, and we will, in the coming months, we'll be bringing more information back on the non-eligible sources and how we're going to handle that costing. The other thing I wanted to note was that the current contract for waste collection, our current contract with Miller, ends on March 28th of 2025. We are working with Miller to come up to negotiate an extension to the contract that allows us to work through transition and any changes in the waste collection and the recycling collection, as well as non-eligible sources. The current contract allows for 2 one-year extensions. So we're working through that negotiations right now, and I will be back in front of committee when I have further information on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions, comments? That's information. Okay. Next up, we got Equinox Public Elementary and Secondary School, Isabella Street Works. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Operations Committee, the recommendation is that the Operation Committee approve the concept and principle of a bus lay-by on Isabella Street and a parent drop-off on Christie Street for L'Equinox School. This has been a long-standing issue for health and safety, staff, city staff, and the school board, as well as the school, have been working through this over the last few years on several improvements. No financial impacts to this report. All costs associated with construction is to be borne by the school board. Staff have been in discussions, as I mentioned, regarding the traffic congestion, school bus safety on Isabella Street between Christie and Hinks. Staff have met with JP2G Consultants, Inc., who has been hired by the school board, regarding the construction of a school bus lay-by and a parent drop-off area. So the city did complete some upgrades to the crosswalks at Christie Street and Isabella Street. We did some additional signage, line painting, crosswalk line painting, a bunch of other improvements were done just to make sure that the traveling public are aware that is a school zone. there should be aware that there's going to be students walking and buses in the area and all that kind of stuff. So the school board has come back now and would like to do a lay-by that's sufficient to provide 2 to 3 parent vehicles. It would be constructed on Christie Street, just north of the intersection of Christie and Isabella Street. There's a large grassed boulevard in that area between the sidewalk and the road. And we're thinking that would probably be the best spot to put a small lay-by similar to what's in front of Cathedral School for about 2 vehicles, 2 to 3 vehicles to drop off students. And then on Isabella Street between Murray Street and Christie Street, there is a bus drop-off area there. It's not very wide. It borders an asphalt-topped sidewalk. So the construction of a new bus drop-off would basically to widen that out, put in barrier, a monolithic sidewalk that has a barrier to it, and basically make it a little safer there. Again, all works being paid for by the school board. For the school board to undertake these improvements, they need permissions from the city to construct within the city's right-of-way. The operations department staff have reviewed and support the works being proposed. It accommodates about 20 buses and vans that deliver students to the school each year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions, comments, motions? Councillor Feddy?
Just a question. I would imagine this has been investigated, but I'm just wondering if you're traveling west on Isabella and you come to Christie Street, if there's 3 cars parked there, is that going to affect your visibility crossing Christie? So when you're traveling west on Isabella, you go by the buses, you get to the corner, those 3 cars, are they going to, is it in the sight triangle? Because there's, you know, I'm looking here and I'm thinking they're going to go all the way, they're going to have to go almost onto the roadway to get a good look. So has anybody explored that?
We've looked at it briefly. The consultants are working through it. It's far enough north, so it has to be far enough. There's a hydro pole in there. There's also some signage for our new crosswalk. There's a hydrant in there, so it all has to be north of that. And then you'll see that there's a taper to get into that. So it does push it towards Pembroke Street and far enough that it shouldn't be an issue, but we'll definitely make sure that when the consultants put their plan together that they've looked at it.
Because it's already an issue without cars parked there. Sometimes you're pulling out, you know, depending on what's happening on the sidewalk there. So I would really pay attention to that. Okay. I'd hate to make it a 4-way before the lights on Pembroke, but it may be congested. Another question. Right now, there's presently buses that park on Murray Street. If you go just before the bus pickup in the afternoon, are they going to stop parking on Murray?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I wasn't aware they were parking on Murray Street. The last discussion we had with the school board, with the school busing, they were not to use Murray Street. Okay. So we will go back to them and reinforce that they're not supposed to be using Murray Street. Okay. They may be doing so because Hinks and where Isabella, Hinks, and Renfrew meet is very congested as well,
so they might be.
And could be quite difficult there. But we will have discussions with them
Thank you.
on that. Yep.
Councillor Keel?
Thank you, Director, for your report. I'm certainly glad to see us doing something. I'm going to piggyback on Councillor Lafreniere's comments. I think just because lately there's been a number of events at Festival Hall, and so I've sort of left my office a little early to get to Festival Hall for the recent volunteer meeting and whatnot. And to avoid downtown traffic, I went from my office down Alfred, down Mary, and that area, when that school is letting out, is nothing short of a nightmare. Councillor Lafreniere is absolutely right. There was a bus and at least 2 vehicles in front of me, in front of where the old Tempo was. Nobody was moving. One of the vehicles tried to tried to go around the bus. And unfortunately for them, for all the time that we waited there with no oncoming traffic, that was when suddenly there was an oncoming vehicle. So the car had to actually reverse and go back into their spot in front of me and behind the bus and the other car. And then, of course, I mean, Hink Street and that three road system. So I'm certainly glad that we're doing something. I think we're going to have to continue to pay attention to that area because I know coming out of Bishop Smith, which is something we're going to be talking about later, isn't the greatest. But it concerns me that this is actually one of the worst areas in the city during the school pickup and drop off times. So I do hope that we're going to look at this. I'm wondering, have we consulted with bylaw and whatnot? So this new passenger vehicle area. I guess what I'm going to say is also from a festival hall perspective, are we going to have vehicles parked in there during shows at night? Do we care about that? Do we not care about that because it's after school hours? But does that, are vehicles going? I guess what I'm saying is if that spot is there, I can see vehicles parking there. I don't want to say that we as a human, a group of humans is lazy, but I can pretty much predict that if there's going to be an area to park there, people using Festival Hall are going to park there. And again, so what are we doing in terms of signage, and is that available at night? Should it not be available at night for road reasons? So I suppose my first part, I don't know if you want to comment on that, but the second part, that was just my first instinct was the Festival Hall area gets full. People start street parking on Isabella. People, I'm assuming if they see this available, they will try to use it. And I'm just wondering if we have thought of that or if we have any concerns about that, Director.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we don't see it as being a huge issue if after hours it's used for parking, those 3 spots on Christie Street, as long as, further to Councillor Lafreniere's point, as long as visibility from the intersection isn't going to be an issue. Our bylaw related to parking in the wintertime and not parking on the street in the wintertime, all that kind of stuff would still adhere. So we will review it further once we have a better understanding of what the design is going to look at.
Okay, Councillor Purcell.
Been any discussion with the schools in regards to administrative controls? Again, just for the staging of the buses, I think that's the bigger concern. So, yeah, you have enough there in terms of the dedicated bus drop-off, but again, it's the staging of all the buses. So maybe there's a component there in terms of the administrative policy, in terms of timing and those kinds of things with the provider and the school board.
Through you, Mr. Chair, been at this about 3 years with this particular school and school board to try and get things worked out. We have talked about timing for the buses and smaller groups arriving all at once. The difficulty is it's one of the only French schools in the area for this group, for this population, and they're picking up students from all over the place. So it's extremely difficult to try and get them timed right. But we have been talking, we did a poll on Murray Street to see if we could use the parking spaces that are available on Murray Street to queue the buses. The results of that poll didn't show much promise for that. We have been working with the school board as much as we possibly can. I don't want to say baby steps because I feel this is a huge step forward in the safety and security of the students and so forth at the school. So we are taking those steps, and once this is done, we'll take further steps as we can.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a welcome change. Mr. Lewis, as mentioned by Councillor Lafreniere, I think has there been any solution or coming forward about the Isabella, Hinks, and Renfrew Street stop sign and people say they nearly get clipped all the time? Or is that, I know it's separate from this, but it's still near the school in that?
So I'll answer your question this way. We are reviewing it. I've got some ideas in my head on how I could see that intersection changing. It would be very significant and substantial changes, especially to the traffic patterns. So it's going to take a little bit more work. I'm in the middle of a number of studies right now, so it's there, but it's not on the forefront of anything that I'm working on right now, but it definitely is in my mind.
Thank you. So I'll make a motion that we approve the concept of, in principle, of the bus lay-by on Isabella Street and parent drop-off in Christie for L'Equinox School.
And seconded by the mayor. Any further questions or comments? Councillor Jacquino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Lewis. Has there been any thought given to a staggered release of students from the school? Do they all come out en masse to board the buses? Or would there be 5-minute intervals that would allow traffic to flow a little better rather than have all the buses lined up there for 20 minutes or half an hour?
Through you, Mr. Chair, they do use a staggered release now, based on the age of the children and different groups. Administratively, teachers are holding students in the schoolyard and not just releasing everybody all at once. And we have got the school on board working with us on smaller groups of buses coming all at once. So all of that kind of stuff is in the works. With that being said, sometimes parents are picking up their children based on the time they get off of work or other tasks or chores or errands that they're running, so they tend to all show up en masse.
So we have a motion and a second, and call the question. Those in favor? Approved. Next up, we have Bishop Smith Catholic School entrance off Horace Street.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So very similar to the report we just finished, I will be looking for a motion to approve in principle, so the school board can start working towards this project as well. The entrance to Bishop Smith has been a long-standing health and safety issue for pedestrian and drivers. Proposed solution will alleviate a lot of the issues and greatly improve the situation for all users. And we're referring to the existing entrance into Bishop Smith, which is Carmody, Everett, and Eganville Road. All three, similar to the Hinks situation, 3 streets all coming together in one location at some odd angles, which causes all sorts of difficulties for vehicles trying to maneuver. I have communicated with the OPP and the fire department. Both are in support of a second entrance. It will help to alleviate a number of concerns and issues, mostly related to the health and safety of those at the school. There are no financial impacts with this report. All costs associated with the construction of the entrance off the end of Horace Street and any fees associated with the sale of the property will be borne by the Renfrew County Catholic District School Board. So we have been approached by the school board and their consultant regarding the construction of a second entrance for buses only off the end of Horace Street to Bishop Smith Catholic High School. The end of Horace is an unused open road allowance, city road allowance. Construction of a second entrance for bus access only off of Horace Street with no through traffic to Carmody Street. Horace Street would experience bus traffic for about 30 minutes during the AM at student drop-off, and another 30 minutes during the PM student pickup. Monday to Friday, September through the end of June. No additional traffic on Horace Street in the evenings, weekends, or during the summer months. And we did get confirmation, 30 minutes is a little bit longer. I got confirmation today on when the buses come in. It's generally about 20-25 minutes where that bus traffic comes in. The existing access off Carmody Street would remain the entrance for staff, students, parents, and deliveries. Basically, let's take the big yellow buses off of Carmody Street and out of that intersection, move them down to Horace Street where it's going to be a whole lot easier to maneuver and deal with, and away from that, I'm going to say, 270-degree maneuver that they have to try and do to get out of Carmody. The proposed second entrance is for buses only, as I mentioned. It would need to be constructed over city lands. It's in the attached drawing shown in yellow. Planning staff have reviewed the city policies. They provide the following. The city lands are considered non-viable, can't be developed on their own. Based on the city's policy, non-viable lands can be sold, $12,000 per acre. This piece of land is approximately 0.85 acres, results in a value of approximately $10,200. There would be no survey required because the property already has its own PIN. City's sale and disposition of land policy does state council reserves the right to accept an offer less than the appraised value, when in the opinion of council it is in the best interest of the municipality to do so. We have obtained a legal opinion just to ensure that it would not be bonusing because it's designated non-viable. School board is publicly funded institution. The land could be transferred without payment should that be council's wish, and it would not constitute bonusing. We just wanted to make sure that we got that question out of the way. Alternatives that were considered is the status quo. We leave everything the way it is right now, and we are well aware of the issues with traffic congestion and safety at the Carmody, Everett, Eganville Road. There was recently a pedestrian hit. I believe it was in December. There was a pedestrian hit in that intersection during that complicated time of the day. So that present intersection is used for traffic entering and exiting the school, as well as the residential properties in Carmody Street. We've been trying to deal with that intersection for a number of years. We've got serious concerns with that intersection, with vehicles, pedestrians, the buses, and there are several buses that use that. As well, one way into the school, one way out into that high school. And we've all heard the stories that have been on the news and so forth, when something happens at a school and they go into lockdown or whatever other forms of security they do, it can get quite difficult when there's only one way in, one way out. If something was to happen on Carmody Street, a fire, serious accident, water main break, something of that nature that blocked Carmody Street, there's no way into the school, no way out of the school. If something was to happen in an emergency, we can't even get emergency services into the school if something happens on Carmody Street. So we've been looking at the idea of a second entrance for quite some time. The school board and the school itself has been talking to us for about 5 years now on potentially doing a second entrance. They're about 30% through design activities with the consultant, and they're asking for us to help them move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mayor first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I no longer have children going to that school, which is on a peninsula. For those, I'm sure we all around the table know that. But for 6 years, I personally drove children through that congested or strange intersection, competing with buses. So vehicles are one thing. You can usually see over vehicles, SUVs or whatever. Buses are a different breed. Buses going westbound are trying to, so if you say it's a 270-degree angle, I don't know what the angle is, but very odd watching a bus going westbound and then trying to turn down Carmody Street, having to take up 2 lanes, almost like a tractor trailer, because it's just so bizarre, that intersection. So short of buying out the one property and tearing it down, or more than one, to try and straighten the road, it is pretty significantly messed up, if I can put it that way. You mentioned, so it was December that a pedestrian was hit by a bus at that intersection, so it's all over the media, so that's certainly fresh in my mind that happened. You mentioned about things happening, so when as close as Ottawa, when you hear about bomb threats and that sort of thing, that's what goes through my mind whenever I think of this, and one way in, one way out. And if I was a parent, I would not be happy trying to, because I would be concerned what's going on with my child and so forth, and I won't be able to get there. So it seems to me to be a very easy resolution, if I can put it that way, for all of these reasons, and to be able to say to the parents of these 800-plus children, we're at least, doing what we can in terms of selling some otherwise unusable soil or unusable land to provide the school the ability to have a second entrance. And as you explained to me previously, it would be just for the buses. I will point out that that street, Horace Street at that end, is level with Everett Street. It's not like Norman and some other challenging streets that front Everett Street. But certainly, I don't have any issue with any of that. I'm assuming, Mr. Lewis, that this you've indicated that you've been working on it for a number of years, and so this, I'm assuming, is no different than the other one in terms of the work that you're doing with the school board and so forth, and that it comes to us in this public venue on the agenda. So for all those reasons, to me, it makes perfect sense to do this, and then we can at least say to the parents of these children, we've done what we can to ensure that it's safe, and the school board's willing to pick up the cost, so it's not even costing us anything. If anything, we're making a buck or what have you. So I would be making a motion to approve in concept the principle of the sale of non-viable lands for the purpose as stated in the report.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Councillor Purcell. Now, further to that, I have Councillor Giacono up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the proposition is good. Should be a second entranceway. My only concern is buses are 40 feet long or longer. I don't know what the length is. But if you're coming onto Horace off the new street from Horace and you're turning on Everett, you're turning into the opposite lane of traffic, either way, east or west. And to me, that will become a nightmare. I mean, if you've got a number of buses in a line waiting to make a turn left or right onto Everett at a four-way stop, I think there's going to be a problem. I don't know what the sight line is there, what the recommendations are for the future. Perhaps maybe looking at doing some sort of, reconstruction at Carmody. The other thing is, what is the infrastructure like on Everett? Is it old? Do we have we just recently done that street? What's it like underneath? You're going to have heavy buses traveling on that particular street. What is the impact? Those are my concerns.
Mr. Lewis, any comments to those?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Horace Street at Everett Street is a standard four-way intersection similar to Somerset Street, Norman. Norman would actually be a little tighter. Elmira, I'm just using intersections in that general area, and the buses maneuver through those without any issues. Again, consultant is being hired by the school board. We'll make sure that they're aware. They need to ensure that the bus turning movements are met before they can go forward. It's a huge, Horace Street at Everett Street would be a huge improvement over Everett at Carmody Street, because it is 90-degree intersection, four-way intersection, not the three-way that's at Carmody Street. As far as the infrastructure is concerned, the city street is built to city standards. It's built to carry bus traffic, delivery vans, all that kind of stuff. Everett Street was recently resurfaced within the last 2 or 3 years. We've got no issues at present with underground infrastructure in the area, and there is sufficient storm drainage in and around the intersection. So I think we're good.
Good. Councillor, you have a follow-up?
Just to supplement, I have a four-wheel drive truck. I have difficulty making a turn there. I cannot see a 40-foot bus making a turn, a proper turn into the proper lane of traffic without going across the street. I think there may be some endangerment there. I just want to be on record as saying that.
Thank you, Councillor Giacono. Next up, I have Councillor Frenier.
So I too, like the mayor, my children went to Bishop Smith, so I'm all too familiar with that corner. And I actually used to live on Everett, so I'm very aware. My concerns are there are as many or more teenagers walking down Horace to get to Bishop as there is at the corner of Carmody and Everett. And I've witnessed it. They cut through Horace, rather than walking all the way over to Carmody, they cut through Horace if they live anywhere on Everett. From Everett to Bennett, the buses don't drive them if they're under a certain amount. So you've got all the kids coming from that area of the city. They're not walking to Carmody to walk down Carmody. They're cutting along Horace Street. And I know that for a fact. Now we're going to have buses. So, I mean, I know we're worried about pedestrians, but I want to worry about the kids that do go down Horace. And most of them do. There are no sidewalks on Horace Street. So I'm wondering if the school would consider putting a sidewalk at least on one side. And then some signage, obviously, because like I said, I know that that's where they go. And you can even see the path if you look at this map, the footpath. So I'm thinking more kids walk down Horace than Carmody. So are we now opening up, we're expanding that threat? I lived right by Carmody, where that apartment building is, right on the corner. I lived right behind there, and there was no incidences. Now, I know we had an unfortunate situation in December, but are we just transferring the problem, is my question. There's no sidewalk, it's a very narrow street, and the buses right now don't navigate that many corners that are similar to this one in the city, because most of the pickups are on the main arteries. I know I have to drive my granddaughter to the bus stop because they don't go down all the side streets. So this is a side street. So I want all that checked out. I want to make sure there's going to be a sidewalk because I know the kids go down there in large numbers. So those are things I want to get checked out.
Any comments to that, Mr. Lewis?
I will take it back to the consultant and the school board for their consideration of a sidewalk on Horace Street.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Purcell?
I think I have the same concerns in regards to the pedestrian traffic. I think you're just creating another route for, for pedestrians to use, and now you're intermingling with the buses, so I totally agree there. The other component is have the residents of Horace Street been notified? I think that's one of the things, or consulted in regards to the potential changes. And I have the same concerns as Councillor Jackno at that corner of Everett and Horace. And in fact, I was just there today just to look at the corner, and I think it's there's not even a stop sign in terms of on Everett Street. So, I don't know. I just think that maybe we're going to be creating some issues, and the lack of sidewalks. Even if you go down Carmody Street, the sidewalk ends halfway down Carmody, right? So you have a complete sidewalk that goes to the school. So people are walking on the roads or on the side of the paved shoulder. So, there are some concerns there. But I think we're going to create some issues at that corner with pedestrian traffic, and I think that needs to be really thought out, and also just making sure that those individuals that live on Horace Street are consulted as well.
You're after. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why we just can't limit left-hand turns on Carmody Street for buses. I think that would solve a lot of the issues there, because you see the buses making that big sweep in terms of going from one side to the other side to go down Everett. Veer them off right. There's no left-hand turn, right? In the meantime, that would solve some of the issues. I know it's still going to be congested at the corner, or have the traffic stop back on Everett Street before they actually approach Carmody Street. So that way there, it's a little further back, so it allows the buses to get in. But I think we're creating some issues. I know individuals who live right on that corner as well. It's unfortunate that we had this issue, but I think this may cause more concerns than solutions.
Okay, so I saw Mr. Lewis writing feverishly, so he'll be, taking more information back to consultants. Dave, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I guess the one thing, and I just want to reemphasize what the director had mentioned. So we have the safety concerns in regards to the intersection at Everett and Carmody, but I don't think you can overestimate or overemphasize the issue in regards to one way in. This is huge, and so that's why the director had gone to the OPP, went to the fire chief, like, I think everyone's going around the table are going to have to, answer that question eventually, when there is an issue, and parents can't get to their kids, because there's not two ways into that school. I think that's larger than anything that, was being discussed in regards to pedestrian safety. I think that's the biggest one that can't be overemphasized.
I have Councillor Keel up next.
Thank you. If I could just clarify, with respect to the mayor's current motion, are we asking for the 12,000 per acre cost, and agreed that the school board pays for everything in that motion? Because those two things were not explicitly said, and I know the report gave us some options. So can I just confirm those two things?
Go ahead, Mayor.
So for myself, it's the price that's indicated, but as I understand, the recommendation is to do this concept in principle so that staff could talk to the school board and continue their discussions and answer certain questions that have been raised. So I don't know if that answers it, but.
Can you?
Okay, because that.
Go ahead, Councillor Keel. I was going to say, continue.
So that would be the only way that I would support this. With respect to the intersection, I'm a little confused by a couple of my other councillors. I mean, these buses are doing four-way intersections all around the city. Certainly, this is an upgrade from the current three-way angled intersection that the buses are currently in. So I'm a little confused how moving them to a regular, normal, everyday four-way intersection is potentially going to cause more problems. I was actually going to make the comment that a couple councillors addressed in terms of the sidewalk situation, because I did, I guess, wind of this meeting must have gotten out somewhere, and then one resident did email me to say that that their kids already yell at them to drive them to school because they don't like walking down these roads because of the lack of sidewalks and whatnot. Now, this resident mentioned a number of streets that their child uses that doesn't have sidewalks, and obviously I'm not advocating sidewalks everywhere, but I think when everybody converges, whether they're converging on Carmody or converging here on Horace, that sidewalks are an important thing for us to consider. From a technical standpoint, Director, so even if we sell them the non-viable lands, which I'm in favor of, we're not doing anything with them. Obviously, some portion of our current road allowance is going to have to be used to connect the end of the existing road to their private property. Is the expectation that that's going to be built entirely at their cost and to proper municipal standards?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. To municipal standards at their cost.
And my last question is going to be with respect to, if we're saying that this is buses only, are we going to be expecting the city to put up signage? Or are we going to be addressing this in our roads bylaw in terms of fines or whatnot, like they do with bus only lanes in the bigger cities? Are we expecting that will be addressed as well? Because for the residents on Horace Street, I mean, I will say this: every street is open to being used. When you live in a house and you're on a street, there's going to be traffic. But I can appreciate that when you move to a dead end road, some of your expectation, even though you should be aware that someday the road might get more traffic, some of your expectation is that you were moving to a quieter area. So I just want us, if we're saying that it's buses only, I just want to make sure that we're putting up the proper signage, that, if need be, there's fines for using this by non-buses or non-emergency vehicles. I just want to make sure that we're not selling the residents of Horace Street, a basket of goods, and that the school, let's say 5 years from now, doesn't turn around and say, well, you know what, we're gonna do something different. We're going to allow parent drop-offs down this way too, and then the traffic is increasing again. So I just want to know that there's going to be some certainty. So when we are talking to the people of Horace Street, You know, they're getting what we're saying they're going to be getting.
Mr. Lewis?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will be maintaining city's road allowance for that first portion of the extension. So what is considered road allowance right now will remain road allowance, and that's where we can do all the signage that we want to do. Once we get past that, it would be a private road, and it would definitely be up to the school board to sign it accordingly. So we will sign it on our side. Or we will, let me rephrase that. We will have the school board pay for signage on our side, which is still under our control, and then expect them to do additional signage once a vehicle would go past the open road allowance, if I can say it that way. So two sets of signage, I guess, to answer your question. Buses only, and then immediately after that, private road is how I see it happening, all at the cost of the school board.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I contacted one of the neighbors when I got this in the agenda. Another one phoned me tonight before the meeting. So one of the neighbors sent an email to me with some questions. How do they control the road for the buses only? I would think that in 1 or 2 years, they would just open the road to all vehicles. I hope to be wrong. Would they provide sidewalks for students on Horace Street, which leads into the other resident's comment? The homes are 15 to 20 feet from the road. He said you have the ditch, and how are you going to be able to put sidewalks in there? But they said if this did go ahead, you'd have to put sidewalks in and upgrade the road. And I'd upgrade the road from Everett to the unopened road allowance and maybe all the way down Horace Street if buses are going to go down there. How will the buses make the wide turn from Everett onto Horace Street? So this is a neighbor that has lived there for many years asking the same question. Can the structure of the road handle the extra use of traffic, so wear and tear, which I mentioned already? It will contribute unacceptable levels of traffic and noise to Horace Street residents. New streetlights would have to be installed for safety reasons. The proposal will cause a lot of congestion, not only at the corner of Everett Street and Eagleville Road, but as well as the corner of Horace and Everett Street. So we were talking about on the phone, if the bus going home turns right, is going to turn, one resident noted that when he's waiting for the bus to turn, it goes, most of them go down towards Pembroke Street west. They go north. So is the bus on Horace Street going to turn right on Everett and then go up Christie and then up to the Pembroke Street west? That's what they're asking, because then you'll have congestion there with all the cars. As a taxpayer for the city of Pembroke, we just paid for the reconstruction of Carmody Street to handle all the buses and school traffic, as well as the city installed new sidewalks for the students. Now they want to do it on Horace Street. Why? Well, we know because you want a second route in. Presently, there's a lower enrollment of students attending Bishop Smith Catholic High School. So Carmody Street has always been able to handle the traffic flow to the school, whether the students go by bus, car, or walking. This proposal will affect all residents on Horace Street. I'm not sure, but I would think the buses would come directly down Horace to Boundary Road. And talking to Councillor Friendly the other day about it, you live near there, and you know there's congestion with an overpass and the sight line because you put the new walkway up, you can't see. This was brought up 20 years. This was brought up in 2003, which was turned down by the council of 2003. And Councillor Terry O'Neill, former Councillor Terry O'Neill, mentioned it's an emergency evacuation shelter, and it's always been the secondary route should be left alone and kept as the emergency route. So I have two questions. We know the quadplex was built, and the residents going to have a driveway behind there. So can this be used as an emergency route with Horace Street open, and in case of emergency, the vehicles would go straight through? You know, that's a possibility. They would go straight through as emergency route only. It'd be hard to monitor, but I know you have the cement barricades there, but they'd have to be taken down if you kept the buses on Carmody Street. That's one question. So you go straight through the end of Horace, beside that quadplex that was put in, and they get access that way. The other question is traffic study. Is the school board doing a traffic study of the impact? And also how come there were never any lights put in at Eganville Road and Carmody Street? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to try his best with all that to see if I got you. First off, an emergency only off the end of Horace Street to where?
Straight through, beside that quadplex house that
Okay.
was built.
Then it runs
It
into,
runs beside the fence. They'd have to move the fence over a little bit, and it runs into meets with the end of Carmody. or
so
the-
diagonally across to Carmody Street.
Yeah, emergency. road.
Then it doesn't do anything. It's one entrance in, one entrance out. Because all you've done is got past the residential part.
Right.
The intent of this is to have a totally separate entrance exit to the school. Carmody Street comes in this way.
Mm-hmm.
This one will come in this way. Both of them meet towards the front of the school. Totally separate. It's not using Carmody Street at all. If you come in Horace Street and turn at a 45-degree to the left, back onto Carmody Street again, you haven't got your extra entrance. You're still only one. So that doesn't help. That
Right.
doesn't alleviate the situation. And in discussions over the years with the school, with the principals, with the school board, I would doubt, I can't speak for them, but I would doubt they're probably not going to invest $1 million into a road to get no benefit.
Right.
Why, as it comes back onto, back onto Carmody
Yeah.
Street. You mentioned street lights, but then you talked about Carmody and Everett.
Yeah, that was
so
my-
street lights are traffic signals. I'm just trying to
Right.
make sure I'm clear. Is it traffic signals you're referring to?
Yeah.
So the intersection of Carmody, Everett, and Eganville Road is not set up to allow itself for traffic signals. Yeah, you'd have almost 4 sets of traffic signals all trying to work at the same time. And if you've ever been to Renfrew when the trains were still running and you had to stop about 200 feet back from the one intersection at one red light, watching for the next red light at the same intersection so that you weren't parked on the railway tracks, it would be similar to that. Similar to the issues that we have at Brewham, Boundary Road, and McGee Street. We've been talking about traffic signals there for years and years, and neighboring municipalities in the county of Renfrew and all that kind of stuff, but it's a very, very complex intersection. It's not easy to put up a set of traffic signals. I would suggest if you wanted to rework the intersection of Carmody, Everett, and Eganville Road is purchase some property and destroy some buildings so that you could rework the intersection. That would basically be the only solution. It wouldn't,
Right.
traffic signals would not correct the issues that are happening at that intersection.
Okay, so, well, their concerns are the sidewalks, the condition of the road. Will there be sidewalks installed for safety? Will the road be upgraded?
So I've taken that information. I'll go back to the school board and say that it's a recommendation of the committee that sidewalks be put on there because of the amount of pedestrian traffic. I can have the consultants do a borehole or two on Horace Street to confirm that it will take the bus traffic. I can definitely go back to them with that for sure.
So I'd like to make a motion to the table until we come back with that information. If I have a seconder.
Pardon?
Motion to table, and if I have a seconder, until we come back with this information. Do I have a
guess-
seconder?
I
Well,
can't,
We don't even have, this is, yeah. I don't know what information they can come back at because they haven't even done any, like this could be months before they
Well,
come
okay,
back with a
that's
plan.
fine then.
Isn't that correct, Mr. Lewis?
So I would comment this way. If the concept, the idea, the concept of the second entrance the sale of the property to the school board, if we can't go back to them and say, yes, that's approved, we need to answer all these questions, and we need to get sidewalks, we need to do some of this stuff. But if we don't go back to them with something, they're just gonna throw up their arms and walk away from the whole idea. And there won't be any opportunity, there won't be anything for me to come back with, because they'll just walk away because they don't have approval of the concept, so.
I have Councillor Frenny, then Councillor Keel.
So, through the chair, prior to Deputy Mayor's comments, I guess my thought was, make it an emergency exit. That's where I see the need, more than the buses, to be honest. Like I said, that situation has been there for years. Student population's going down. More people are walking on horse. But anyway, all those reasons. And then, sorry, but to your point, Mr. Lewis, you said they'll just say there's no benefit if we can't. The benefit is the safety of their students in an emergency. So if even that has merit, because to me, that's what has the most merit in this whole conversation. So I think we go back, and to me, I don't really want the bus traffic there. But I do want an emergency exit now that you've brought it to light. I mean, they do need that. So that is a benefit to them. So I would say go back to them and say, we see that the second entrance has merit, but we're not willing to commit to the buses at this point until all those other things are taken care of. Is there room for that bus to make the safe turn? Do we need to widen that intersection if that's going to happen? Because buses, there's lots of them going down that street. So I don't want to move the problem to another area, but I do see the merit in having an emergency exit. So to me, it's still worth the money for them to spend that to guarantee the safety in case of an emergency.
Councillor Keel.
So just to be clear, like, this is not the go or no-go decision, right? Like, my understanding is we were just looking to approve the concept, to have them go look at what they can do, answer our questions and whatnot. So for that reason, I don't know why we would table something when presumably if we tabled it and asked questions, we're not moving anywhere with this. But if we let it go and those questions are part of the negotiations, then it's coming back to us anyway. Is that not correct?
That is correct, Councillor Keel, your understanding. So, that being said, if there's any other comments for Mr. Lewis to go back at, Councillor Purcell?
Man, if we're worried about safety, can we limit left-hand turns on Carmody Street to Everett right now? Because what's happening is those buses are taking that big sweep from Carmody Street to Everett Street to go west on Everett. So what they're doing is they're going this way, which is causing a lot of
But they're
issues.
also coming up Everett, doing the other way.
I think that would be something for Mr. Lewis to come back at, a different topic entirely. So maybe something in the future about that, Mr. Lewis?
I would suggest we do a traffic management plan, we do a study to see what the impact would be. You're taking every single bus coming out of the high school now and taking it out onto Eganville Road. And I'd be interested to see what the impact would be heading south on Eganville Road. So I would suggest if that was something we were going to do in the future, that we'd want to do a full traffic study on it.
Okay, so we do have a motion for principle and a second. Any other further questions, comments? Let's call a question. Those in favor? Okay, approved. Oh, sorry, didn't see you. Opposed? One. Motion carries. Next up, 1036 Pembroke Street East, Septage dumping. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Operations Department seeks direction from committee related to the fees and sewer taxes to be charged to a property owner at 1036 Pembroke Street East. We have received a letter from the developer or the company that's working with the property owner on the matter. Excuse me. And just so we're clear, this is the location of the new Popeyes restaurant on Pembroke Street. So during the period between August 30th, 2024 and January 25th of 2025, They've had to pump out a holding tank 47 times, total of 564 cubic meters. Septage receiving cost to the city in the neighborhood of $14,500. Based on the water and sewer rates established for commercial businesses, if we were just charging sewer rates, that would have been $1,676. For this customer, it is recommended that a charge of commercial sewer rate calculated on the city's quarterly metered service rates could apply. Any hauling fees are viewed as an issue between the tenant and the property owner, so would be at their costs. Per the policy, the city's policy, retroactive changes will be effective the latter of January 1st of the year of the complaint, or the error was discovered by the municipality, the date of the change actually occurred, or the date the property was purchased. So that would be the treasurer's policy that she would use. With the customer initiating the billing, with the billing complaint in 2024, and should council agree with the Treasury Department's billing recommendation, a retroactive adjustment would be applicable back to 2024 in accordance with the policy. So the background on this issue, MTO is going to reconstruct 148, Highway 148 in front of Popeye's Restaurant. We've been working with the ministry as they are working with Township of Laurentian Valley as well. We've all been in discussions about the MTO Highway 148 project for quite some time now, but we don't control their schedule. So we had anticipated that they would be installing sanitary sewer at least this year. It doesn't sound like that's going to happen. In July of 2021, the city informed the developer that the installation of a sanitary sewer system fronting on the property was going to happen. It was contingent upon the MTO Highway 148 project going through. And in the meantime, if they wanted to go ahead and open up, they could put in a large holding tank and basically run their sewer into a large holding tank, pump that out, bring it to the city, and we would accept it under Septage receiving the way we do with any other client. So the developer went ahead and did that. In 2024, Popeye's Restaurant opened at this location. Septage has been pumped out and hauled approximately twice a week. And then the developer made contact with the Ministry of Transportation. We've also had contact and discussions with the Ministry of Transportation trying to get a handle on their schedule. They will not commit to providing the date for the construction works. They've had all sorts of difficulties with that project, trying to ensure they have the property, getting hydro moved and all that kind of stuff. So they're not going to commit at this point. But there's quite possible likelihood that this sanitary service would not be installed until at least the fall of 2026. So the developer provided a letter to the city requesting the city accept and allow for disposal of Septage at no cost, with the property owner only paying for hauling costs to their contractor. So we've got three options. One, we could continue status quo, the weekly pumping come to the city, we would receive it as Septage, and we would charge our Septage receiving rates. That would cost approximately $35,000 annually. Alternate number two, charge the established fees for sewer service, charge only the rate for the sewer as it would be a commercial establishment if the sewer was in front of that business on 148. So that would be the fee that we would charge. The property owner would still have to pay the pumping and the hauling, deliver it to us as Septage, but we wouldn't be charging them Septage rates, and that would cost approximately $48.50 annually. The third option is what the developer has asked for, no charges for Septage being received. They would still have to pay for pumping out the tank and trucking of the Septage. The city would get no revenue on that option. And with all the options, I just wanted to make note, with all the options, the property owner does have the ability to go to MTO and seek compensation from MTO because it is ultimately their responsibility for the delays. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So this project has been delayed, as we know, and the developer went ahead and built the building and got it rented out to a reputable franchise. So the MTO decision is out of the control of the parties involved, the developer, the city. So 2026, 27, we don't know when it's going to be done. The owner can't pass on $35,000 cost to the tenant. That would put him out of business probably. The other options seem feasible, so I'm going to make a motion for option 2, charge the established fees for sewer service, and the property owner would be responsible for all costs associated with the hauling of the septage. The city would receive approximately $48.50 annually for this option, based on previous quarterly billings.
Councillor Keel, is a motion that you second?
So,
Second.
You second it, or we'll call, is there a second to this first? Councillor Frenier, okay, then Councillor Keel.
so, I mean, obviously the city, we generally speaking, well, in many cases, we don't charge enough to even cover our costs, let alone actually have cost recovery. So can you explain to me, Director, why the septage receiving, like what is built into that fee that it would be $35,000 a year? And I guess what I'm saying is, what are we losing then by charging any of the lesser amounts? I guess that would be my first question. I don't know if you want to do this one at a time, Director.
Yeah, if possible, I'll take that one first.
Yep.
So septage, basically septage is raw sewage that's been sitting in your septic tank of your home or your cottage or whatever for an extended period of time. It's very, very concentrated. It's very hard on equipment. It's very hard on pumps. It's hard on the stainless steel products and so forth. So we charge a significant amount to ensure that when it gets dropped into our pump stations, that we can recoup the costs to maintain those pumping stations. I have to say, this is not septage. This is pumped twice a week. It hasn't sat around long enough to do anything. It's basically the same thing as we would receive if the sanitary sewer was on the street. It's just washing some dishes, it's flushing some toilets, it's doing your standard thing. So hopefully that answers your question. In this particular case, because it is not septage, we do not necessarily need to receive that septage rate. What we will lose is the cost of electricity to run the pumps to pump this volume. The pump's going to run for 30 seconds or 35 seconds more twice a week because it's receiving this volume. That's it. That's all we're going to lose. It would be minute. I can't even put a figure to it. It would be minute.
So would the $48.50 then be a reasonable? I'm not holding you to this to the penny, but would that be a reasonable recovery of costs?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I would say that as being a reasonable recovery of cost.
Thank you.
Councillor Purcell.
Just one question to build upon that. Is there any manpower that's required in terms of the receiving? I'm just wondering if that's built into the cost as well.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the only labor is to review the manifest that comes into the pollution control. It's some minor admin. We're doing it for all the carriers, so it would be minute.
Any other comments? Call to question. Those in favor? Approved. Except tree disposal facility update.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff is seeking direction on the next steps to establish a new tree disposal facility. Specifically, should we be looking to purchase property and restart the project over again, or do we continue as previously directed? So the CAO has some comments in the report. The project is a high priority. It has been since 2022. I actually started working on the project in earnest in 2021. It is a high priority both for legal reasons and environmental concerns. We need to move forward quickly to avoid putting the municipality at further risk. So financially, the Operations Department has become aware of a parcel of property, and that is the reason that we are back to discuss this project at this time, only because something has kind of came to our attention. Just so that everybody's aware, the costs for the due diligence studies for a site of this this magnitude is about $160,000. That is just the due diligence studies and the applications required to the ministry. We've already spent $110,000, and that $110,000 is on Alternative A, Option 1, the Forest Road property. The remaining fees are approximately $50,000. That completes the due diligence and starts us into design. Design, the operational plan, stormwater management plans, construction drawings, and tendering costs are another $210,000. The existing budget right now we have for 2025 is $260,000. That covers all the design requirements, getting us to tender for construction, as well as to finish off the due diligence. If a different site is to be chosen, then additional budget monies would be required to complete the design and get it to tendering, as well as purchase property. A little bit of background, the existing site on Jean Avenue is no longer a viable option for continued use. We previously assessed 3 sites in the city, and we looked for sites outside of the city. We also looked at using the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Centre as a disposal site. In 2022, Council directed staff to move forward with the Forest Road site at the corner of Forest Road and Boundary Road. That's the former Shook Mills site, a former industrial site. A minimum of 2.6 acres is required for a new site, but with 2.6 acre being the minimum, that leaves very, very little room for buffering, and it doesn't leave any room for expansion. So I just wanted to make sure that that information was there. So Alternative A, Option 1, we continue with the Forest Road site. It's 4.4 acres. It does have room for a buffer. It's shown on the sketch that was attached to the report, and it also has some potential to expand. We've already spent $110,000 on that site. The next steps is to engage the First Nations communities and to complete the ECA application with the ministry. The ministry has been pre-consulted on that site. We have sent out packages to 800 neighboring properties. We've contacted them. We got 17 responses. Most were asking for more information, and when we provided that more information, they were in support of the site. Others contacted us in support of the site, and there was a few that basically said we should be looking for another location, preferably out of the city, similar to the not in my backyard situation we go into when we're looking for any site. So the anticipated start of using the site, if we continue with the direction we're headed now, in the summer of or fall of 2026. As I mentioned, $50,000 to finish the due diligence, $210,000 to get it ready. That's $260,000, and that's what we have in the budget right now. Alternate A, Option 2, is the new potential location. It totals about 3.3 acres. There is no room for expansion. There'd be little room for buffers. It'd be about $250,000 to get to the design stage. It'd be the fall, winter of 2027 before we could start using it. We'd be about $370,000 to get it to tender, and that doesn't include the purchase price of the property, so add purchase price onto that 370. So just to get us to design stage, we'd be short in the budget about $110,000 plus the cost to purchase the property. So we would need both time and more money over the existing solution. For information, both alternatives A1 and A2 come in at about $1.3 million to build and operate over the 20-year life. And I provide that information so that when we get into alternative B, you have an understanding. So The last option in alternative A is we start all over again, and we start looking at sites wherever and anywhere we can find. Does mean we'll likely have to purchase property, because we looked at everything that the city owned to see if we could find that in the previous exercise in 2021 and 2022. You need a minimum of $250,000 just to get where you are now, and an additional $50,000 to get us through due diligence and the MECP applications. And it would be well into 2028 before we could use the facility. And let me remind you, the existing facility is not a viable option for use anymore. So the last two options, this is alternative B, option 1, comes at a cost of $6.1 million over 20 years. And that's basically to use the existing site as a transfer station. We hold everything there and we pick it up in trucks and we haul it out to the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Centre when we have time. Alternative B, option number 2, is we go directly to the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Centre. In 20 years, that's going to cost us about $5.5 million. There's logistical issues with that, because now we have to have more staff, more trucks on the site. We're hauling everything out. What do we do at 2 o'clock in the morning when the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Centre isn't open? And every single dig, we'd have to go through those type of things. The other thing to keep in mind is the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Centre isn't going to last forever. And the more stuff we send out there, the more difficult it is to keep that running. And that is my report, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Frenier.
So it's my recommendation that we continue to pursue the establishment of the disposal site at the Forest Road location. To me, it just makes sense. It's in our city. We're not purchasing land outside the municipality and then trucking it further outside the city. So that is my recommendation, and I think it's the quickest and it's the more fiscally responsible thing to do. We've put a lot of work into it already, and so that is my recommendation, that we follow the recommendations of staff.
Councillor Keel.
So I think when council decided to look at the forestry property, I think it was a horribly misguided decision. Obviously, I wasn't there at the time, but I mean, this is property that we potentially could be using inside of the city of Pembroke for future possible subdivision development, selling it to other people and making tax dollars off of it. The city of Pembroke's landlocked. We are not getting any more land, subject to, you know, some sort of, at this point, and I'm not saying it won't happen, but at this moment, speaking right now, some fanciful discussion about amalgamation with one of our neighbors. So knowing that we are landlocked, knowing that we don't have any more room to move, I don't know why we would be basically writing off a portion of our land. I mean, I don't know how long after it's a tree dump, when it could ever possibly be rehabilitated. But my understanding is we're basically going to be saying that this property is not viable for anything, certainly in the distant future. So I don't understand why anybody would not look at developing this land as opposed to writing it off, which is what this decision will be doing. So to me, this was a mistake of the prior council. And I think we should be trying to correct our mistakes before we dive down the rabbit hole any further. I think we should look at what was it, option A2, property that I believe we would be looking at later tonight and closed, I think is how that would work. So that would be my recommendation, is that we don't write off a piece of land here in the city of Pembroke. And yeah.
Mr. Lewis, comments further to that, what can be done, like what would be the service life of the tree dump if it was placed in that Forest Road area? And further to answer Keel's question, is there any use after it's a tree dump in the future?
Everything is based on a 20-year life. That's the way we've projected it. The consultant has basically tried to build our program around a 20-year life. So we're, without expanding, we're looking at 20 years. So it's going to be 20 years. Is there any use over top of the tree disposal facility after 20 years? Yeah, as a recreational area, as a park maybe, as some nice green space, but I would not suggest it would be a housing development. The 4.4 acres that we're talking about likely would not be a housing development after that 20 years. I wouldn't see that happening. I would have some concerns if I was a developer looking at the existing Shook Mills or the former Shook Mills property, the heavy industrial lands, whether or not it's even feasible for residential and what kind of issues may be found there. It was one of the reasons why it was a site that we wanted to look at for the new tree disposal facility, because it already has its industrial issues, and we were making it into an industrial, basically an industrial site. So.
Mayor?
If I can start with, just in case this conversation goes for another 8 minutes or something, I move that as per the not procurement, the procedural bylaw, that we extend for another 30 minutes. So if I can start with that.
Okay. Right. Those in favor? Okay. Motion to extend is passed.
So in respect to this topic, as I understand it, having met with Mr. Lewis previously to wrap my head around this one, if we change course, we effectively lose 110,000, we lose a number of years, and the part that Mr. Lewis, I may have missed it this evening, but that there's no guarantee if we change course and pick one of the other locations that it will even be suitable. So you stop this process, you try to purchase this other property and go down that road, path, and it may be, if I understand correctly, not even suitable for what we're trying to do once you start engaging all the consultants and everything else to see whether or not it is or it isn't. As I understand it, and I've seen some photos on Facebook, for once it was useful to look at Facebook, seeing the old photos of the Shook Mills and so forth as to what this site used to be. As I understand it, this stretch of road has no, I can't remember if it's water or sewer or both, but in any event, that the infrastructure isn't there to even supply that particular area. So for all those reasons, I concur with Councillor Lafreniere that we just stay the course in terms of what we're looking at.
Mr. Lewis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can confirm $110,000 would be lost, plus the cost to purchase the property and everything that goes along with purchasing a property. So that's the money that would be lost if we start looking at a new piece of property. When this piece of property came to our attention, we did take the opportunity to contact our consultant, give them a general idea of what this piece of property is. They did a very, very quick, we got an answer back the next day, so very, very quick tabletop exercise to determine whether or not it would tick the boxes as a potential site. So it ticks enough boxes that we believe the ministry would be okay with us having a tree disposal facility on this property, but there's no other due diligence done. There's no geotechnical, there's no hydrogeology. None of that stuff has been done whatsoever. It has been done at the other site, and we are very, very comfortable and confident that the old Shook Mills site is going to be a very good site for tree disposal. We have no idea if this other one is going to pan out at all because we haven't done any of those studies. I can also confirm, Your Worship, that there is no water and sewer at the old Shook Mill site, so all that would have to be done before any development could even get started on that location.
Any other councillors like to weigh in? And is there anybody who wants to put a motion? Deputy Mayor.
Motion to accept the site that staff's recommended.
I think you need to be more specific on that.
Okay.
So that'd be
Who's the second?
alternate A, the Forest Road property.
Yeah, motion to accept the Forest Road property.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Giacono. Further comment? Anything left before we call the question?
I request a recorded vote.
Okay, recorded vote has been requested.
Okay, so the Deputy Mayor Brian Abdallah,
Yes.
Councillor Ed Jacquino,
Yay.
Councillor Ian Keel,
No.
Councillor Pat Lafreniere,
Yes.
Councillor Andrew Plummer,
Yay.
Councillor Troy Purcell,
Yes.
and Mayor Ron Girouet.
Yay.
The motion passes 6 votes to 1.
Motion to adjourn. Mayor, Deputy Mayor. Those in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.
evening, everyone. I'd like to call this council meeting to order for February 18th. Before proceeding too far, I would ask everyone to please take an opportunity to stand for an opening prayer and reflection. Before opening this meeting of council, I would ask those who wish, each in your own way, silently join in a prayer of guidance over these proceedings. Thank you. In keeping with the procedural bylaw, if I could have a motion just to simply suspend the procedural bylaw as it pertains to the fact that we're past 10. Councillor Frenier is moving it, second by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor, and that is carried. Thanks so much. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest in relation to the items in this open session of council? Seeing none, we move on to minutes. We have approval of minutes of council, regular meeting February 4th, 2025. I have the deputy mayor moving them, second by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? That is carried. Moving to adoption of minutes from committees, Parks and Recreation, October 15th, 2024, moved by Councillor Purcell, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? That is carried. Adoption of minutes, Operations Committee, January 21st, 2025. I have Councillor Frenier moving it, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Those in favor? That is carried. Last but not least, regarding minutes, is receiving minutes from local boards, and in our package this evening is Pembroke Heritage Murals Committee, February 5th, 2025. I have Councillor Plummer moving that and seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? And that is carried. No delegations this evening to the council. No proclamations, moving us to a number of different bylaws. If it pleases, knowing the hour of the evening, if it pleases council, if we could waive rereading of all of them, and I'll just ask this once, so if that's good with you, you read it once, we'll do the vote, and we'll go from there. So the first one is 2025-08, Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Your Worship. Members of council, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Plummer, that bylaw 2025-08, being a bylaw to regulate the fortification of land and prohibit excessive fortification of land and prohibit the application of excessive protective elements to land within the city of Pembroke, be adopted and passed, and further said bylaw be signed by the mayor and the clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation, waiting your signature, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Okay, call the question. Those in favor? And that is carried. Next one is bylaw 2025-09, repealing bylaw 2024-62. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Andrew Plummer, that bylaw 2025-09, a bylaw to repeal bylaw 2024-62, a bylaw to authorize the entering into an agreement between 320 Lake Street, Inc. and the Corporation of the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further, that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so for bylaw 2025-09, call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next is bylaw 2025-10. Councillor Frenier.
Moved by myself, seconded by Troy Purcell, that bylaw 2025-10, a bylaw to authorize the adoption of amendment number 25 to the official plan 2016 of the City of Pembroke planning area, be adopted and passed. And further, that said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Okay.
So in respect to bylaw 2025-10, call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. That's 10. Bylaw 2025-11, Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Plummer, that bylaw 2025-11, a bylaw to amend bylaw 2020-05 of the Corporation of the City of Pembroke, being a bylaw to regulate the use of lands and character, location, use of buildings and structures in the City of Pembroke, be adopted and passed, and further, Said bylaw be signed by yourself, the clerk, and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Waiting your signature, your worship.
In respect to bylaw 2025-11, call the question. Those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Bylaw 2025-12, Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Plummer that bylaw 2025-12, a bylaw to amend the bylaw 2020-05 of the Corporation City of Pembroke, being a bylaw to regulate the use of lands and character, location, and use of buildings and structures in the City of Pembroke, be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and the clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Thank you.
Excuse me. In respect to bylaw 2025-12, call the question. Those in favor? And that is carried. Bylaw 2025-13, Deputy Mayor, tax ratios.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Andrew Plummer, that bylaw 2025-13, being a bylaw to establish tax ratios for prescribed property classes for the year 2025 be adopted and passed, and further, that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
Bylaw 2025-13, call the question. Those in favor? And that is carried. Bylaw 2025-14, Budget 2025, Councillor Jackson.
Your worship, members of council, moved by myself, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, Brian Abdallah, that bylaw 2025-14 being a bylaw to adopt the estimates for the sums required during the year 2025 for the general and special purposes of the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further said bylaw be signed by yourself, the clerk, and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Waiting your signature, your worship.
So bylaw 2025-14, call the question. Those in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to 2025-15, Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Waste Management, Councillor Plummer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Purcell, that bylaw 2025-15, being a bylaw to impose an annual fee to be charged to owners of households or occupants of any building in the City of Pembroke to defray in the expense of waste management facilities and services be adopted and passed, and further said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
Thank you. Bylaw 2025-15, call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. Moving on to 2025-16, Waste Collection Disposal, Councillor Plummer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Purcell, that bylaw 2025-16, being a bylaw to impose the annual fee to be charged to the owners, households, or occupants of any building in the City of Pembroke to defray the expense of the collection and disposal of waste being adopted and passed, and further said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
Bylaw 2025-16, call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. 2025-16, Waste Collection Disposal. What was that one? Bylaw 2025-17, 2025 PBIA Budget Rates. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Andrew Plummer, that bylaw 2025-17, being a bylaw to adopt the estimates for the sums required during the year 2025 for the Pembroke Business Improvement Area, PBIA, and to establish rates to be levied for same be adopted and passed, and further, that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
So bylaw 2025-17, those in favor? That is carried. Bylaw 2025-18, Sewer Service Rates 2025, Councillor Lafreniere.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Troy Purcell, that bylaw 2025-18 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 6844, being a bylaw to establish sewage service rates and their structure in the corporation of the town now the City of Pembroke, be adopted and passed. And further, that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
You, bylaw 2025-18, call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. 2025-19, water rates 2025, Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Plummer. That bylaw 2025-19 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 83-93, being a bylaw to provide for the administration, operations, and regulation of waterworks be adopted and passed. And further, that said bylaw be signed by the clerk, the mayor, the clerk, and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Thank you.
Thank you. Bylaw 2025-19, those in favor? That is carried. Bylaw 2025-20, pool lifeguard recruitment and retention policy, Councillor Lafreniere.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Troy Purcell, that bylaw 2025-20, being a bylaw to adopt a pool lifeguard recruitment and retention policy for the corporation of the City of Pembroke, be adopted and passed. And further, that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
Thank you. Bylaw 2025-20, those in favor? That is carried. 2025-21, appoint an integrity commissioner and closed meeting investigator, Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Plummer, that bylaw 2025-21, being a bylaw to appoint an integrity commissioner and closed meeting investigator, be adopted and passed. And further, that the said bylaw be signed by His Worship and the clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation, and awaiting your signature, sir.
Thank you. So bylaw 2025-21, those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. That concludes the bylaws for this evening. Moving forward with motions, there are 4 this evening. So the first up, 2025-02-26, Councillor Plummer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Be resolved that the Corporation City of Pembroke approves the City of Pembroke Pollution Control Center, PCC, Annual Compliance Report. Oh, I threw that. There you go. Good catch.
Okay, call the question. Those in favor of this motion? It is carried. Thank you. Next is 2025-02-27, approval of the 2024 annual water reports. Again, Councillor Plummer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Be it resolved that the Corporation City of Pembroke approves the Pembroke Drinking Water System 2024 Annual Reports. Water reports. Thanks.
So for this motion, call the question. Those in favor? It's carried. The third one is regarding Festival Hall municipal significant events. Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Plummer. Hosting events, whereas hosting events are important and contribute to the local economy, arts, and tourism sectors. Whereas the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario requires that events seeking special occasion permits, SOPs, be designated as municipality specific significant by the local municipality, and be it resolved that the corporation of the City of Pembroke designates delegated authority to the CAO or their designate to deem events in the City of Pembroke as municipally significant, effective immediately for the purposes of obtaining special occasion permits. Thank you.
Thank you. And so in respect to this motion 2025-02-18, call the question. Those in favor? And that is carried. Bringing us to the last motion for this evening is 2025-02-29, Festival Hall designating authority. So we're already, very good. No correspondence this evening. In respect to the mayor's report, good evening, everyone. On February 15th, I was pleased to attend the opening ceremonies of the Valley Warriors versus the Seaway Valley Spartans. I've reported previously in terms of the Valley Warriors. It's a group of individuals that have various
additional needs, and it gives them an opportunity to play hockey with other individuals. The Seaway Valley Spartans, they've never played before. It's a third team now, in addition to the Peterborough team. Truly impressed whenever going to the opening ceremonies, and I was handed an orange puck, which I didn't know what the orange puck was for, and was told that the one player is legally blind and is playing hockey. And so the orange puck is to assist this child seeing the puck. So as I told the two Lumber Kings that escorted me is that I'm just truly amazed that someone is playing hockey and facing these different challenges. In respect to snow spree, I'm going to leave that for various councillors that I'm sure are going to comment, and I truly hope that recognition of the awesome staff that we have and volunteers for putting that on. What I wanted to focus in on this evening was to comment and speak to the Operations Department as well as Parks and Recreation staff doing a phenomenal job in dealing with the huge amount of snowfall that we recently received. I've already been asked, when is the snow going to be removed? And so a notice just went out today to indicate February 19th from the evening hours, 11 p.m. to 8 a.m. There's going to be certain works ongoing. And as well then the following, there will be some additional, on February 20th, some additional snow removal. Please just keep your vehicles off the streets while this is going on, because certainly it's hard enough to do that work. I wouldn't want to be one of the individuals doing this work and trying to get around vehicles and complicate things over and above that. But terrific job by all staff in terms of the snow removal. So just take your own driveway and then multiply that in terms of trying to do the entire city. So great job. No notices of motion this evening. Is there any councillor updates? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Just have a couple. Saturday, Councillor Purcell and I volunteered at the Old Madawaska Coffee for the PBA Soup Fest. And we had a really good crowd. We ran out of soup, most of the soup. So we had to say no soup for you. I wanted to say that. And the mayor showed up and he was enjoying the delights. I want to thank the PBA, Bethia Summers, Stacey Taylor, and all the volunteers and all the vendors, the restaurants that participated. It was a really good turnout, really appreciated. And people are asking where do the funds go. So the funds go back into future events downtown. Saturday night, my wife and I attended Wesley United Church. It was a fundraiser for the soup kitchen that Rhonda Belil spearheads. They have a soup kitchen every Saturday afternoon. Gord Tapp and the Kitsissippi Jazz Cats performed for close to 2 hours with a break in between. Phenomenal jazz group, donated their talents. We want to thank them. And yesterday we were at the PMC, the mayor and Councillor Purcell and I, Lafreniere, volunteering. I'll leave that for one of you two to talk about. Thank you.
Councillor Lafreniere.
Yes, I was there with my 4 grandchildren. I was not volunteering, but I was volunteering for my daughter and my son. But I just want to say, wow. It was amazing. Staff were amazing. The volunteer organizations that came out, the Pembroke Firefighting Association had hot chocolate, hot dogs, lots of treats. And I mean, you're talking face painting, balloon characters, a magic show. And the venue, the PMC, like the ice surface was covered with people. The Chuckapuck. I mean, compared to last year, now last year we had some challenges in the college gym, as you know. It was crowded, it was hot, and as much as staff tried, you know, there was a lot of problems logistically getting that many people in a small space. But I tell you, this is the place to be on Family Day. So I have already spoken to the recreation staff and said that, you know, maybe we should have Snow Spree Central at the PMC every Family Day, because there's a lot of families that they can't go to Ottawa maybe to do something different, or Florida, but they can go to the PMC and boy, they can have a great time from noon till 4 p.m. So again, hats off to staff. The mayor and Troy and Brian did a great job of manning the table. I think it was the most successful one, giving out hats and cards and different things. So, yeah, again, wonderful. I don't know who was there, but I certainly was for 4 hours. But congratulations to everybody.
Councillor Giacono?
Your worship, just very shortly, I'd like to commend a couple of people from the Knights of Columbus who, on Sunday, at 40, 50 kilometer an hour winds, gave out hot dogs and hot chocolate to children during part of the Winter Carnival. So kudos to them. And it was amazing to see how many kids were out with their parents, even in that blustery weather. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So, next up, closed session. I understand, Councillor Purcell, you have a motion to move into a closed session.
I do, your worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Plummer that this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss the proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of lands by the municipality as per section 239-2C of the Municipal Act regarding the Trans-Can Park, Corporate Park, as well as Garden Street and Julian and Elmira Streets.
Thank you. So moved by Councillor Purcell and seconded by Councillor Plummer. The meeting become a closed meeting to discuss proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of lands as per section 239-2C of the Municipal Act regarding Trans-Can Corporate Park, Garden Street, as well as Julian and Elmira Streets. Call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. We'll now move into a closed session.